What is going on, everyone? Bill here, and welcome to a very special edition of the Level 1 podcast. Today, we are going to have a very special guest, someone who I have had, well, I guess you could say beef with for a very long time on the internet, someone who talks about me constantly in all of his content, and sometimes I decide to clap back. And today, for the first time ever, we are going to have a face to face confrontation, discussion, chat, debate, argument. I don't know. Because that is the beauty of the internet, is that you never know what's going to happen. Today on the show, my guest is Review Tech USA, also known as Rich. I actually don't even know if he goes by Review Tech anymore since he deleted his YouTube channel. Perhaps that's something that we will talk about. I guess we'll see. But this will be a very special event. So sit back and relax. Get ready for the craziest edition ever of the Level 1 podcast.
Get ready for some meaningful content because the king is back, the king of the live stream, the king is back. Woo!
Alrighty, folks. If you're wondering why my mic might sound a little bit low today compared to my usual content, it's very simple. There is something with Discord where I cannot get, when I capture audio from Discord, I can't get it to be loud. So the only way that I can make it so that I'm not like blaringly louder than the person on Discord is to lower my mic. I've tried everything. I can't seem to boost the Discord audio. I don't know how that works. But I've done many calls through Discord before, and they work as long as I do this adjustment. So it should work. All right. Now, you may notice Review Tech is not here yet. He's late. I'm not kidding. I was all ready to set up, ready to go. And he contacted me this morning and said, I'm going to be late by about 15 minutes. So he's supposed to be here in about 10 minutes or so. And when he gets here, I will invite him and we will begin. But since this is a very special episode, and many of you maybe are not familiar with the way that I run these kind of podcasts, it's not just me talking to you about topics. Instead, it's going to be me with a guest. All right. Allow me to cover some of the ground rules of how this is going to go. All right. So number one, and I have a guest on, all right, whether it's Review Tech or anyone, that person is giving me their undivided attention, meaning they took time out of their day, they stopped whatever they were doing in order to actually be on the show. And because of that, I'm not going to be distracted or interrupted by anything. What do I mean? I mean, today, I am not going to be having pop-ups on the screen for contributions. I'm not going to be having shout-outs, okay? I'm not going to be speaking with Stream Chat. Normally, these are all common things that I would do on any given stream of mine. But being that this is a special event, all right, I don't want that to interrupt, the time of us. Our time's valuable, right? And I also don't want this to be a 7-hour appearance. I would like to keep it, concise, maybe keep him here for about 90 minutes, 2 hours, maybe depends on how it goes, right? So because of that, I don't want to be distracted constantly with, I have to shout this one out. I have to do this. I have to answer this question. Instead, it's going to be me and Rich. All right. So please understand that. Now, after this appearance ends, likely what I will do is take a break and then come back and do what I like to call a decompression stream, where we can kind of sit here and talk about everything that just happened. And I'm sure some people will give their opinions. At that point, anyone who has contributed during the course of the actual stream, I will give a shout out for their contributions. Okay. And get them on the leaderboard and so on and so forth. All right. So it will be a normal stream, but it will be later on after Rich has been on the show. and we'll be all good then. All right. So I just want to let everyone know that's how it's going to go. I don't want. Now, listen, I know people are probably going to try to be, getting Rich's attention. They're going to be insulting him and stuff. I know how it goes. That's why I'm paying no attention. That's why there's no pop ups on the screen or anything. I'm not going to have people, pop up saying nasty stuff about him and stuff like that. It's ridiculous. Again, he's our guest. Got to treat him with respect, dignity, just like he's always treated me. Right? Jasper Kitty. Now, Jasper, I'm going to be a little busy today. He's very needy today. Okay? He's very needy today. And so he might interrupt the podcast several times. Oh, it looks like Rich may be ready. Hold on one second. I think he may be ready. So what I will do is I'm going to get Jasper Kitty off my lap here. Okay? And let me just make sure that things are muted. It is muted for now until I want to make sure that he's all good. Before we get started here. All right, let me get my headphones on. Okay. For one sec. So first, what I'm going to do, I'm going to mute the mic. I'm going to get the stuff working on Discord with him first. Then I'm going to get it working here through the stream. And then we're going to begin. All right. So FYI, it's going to take a minute. There's nothing you can do if the person's not already on the call. You have to do this live. Sorry for those who want, tech immediately. And, whoa, why isn't it live right now? I'm working on it. Okay. All right. We'll mute the mic, and I'll be back in a moment, and we will get stuff going. Fair enough. So let me. Okay. Ready? Get that out of there, and I'll be right back, everybody. Okay, 1 second, everyone. I just got to mute this. Okay. Folks, Review Tech is having tech issues. So as soon as his tech issues are done, we'll begin. I'm waiting for him to get it fixed, and I'll keep you in the loop. I'm ready to go, and I'm waiting for him to figure his stuff out. So we'll start as soon as he fixes it. Alrighty then. All right, everyone on stream, we're going to get the camera set up, but we're still going to be muted for a sec, and then we are going to start. So everyone just be calm. Cameras are coming up, and then we'll be ready to start in a sec. All right, everyone, so you can hear me. Rich, hello, how are you?
I'm lovely, Philip. How are you?
I'm
You're
good.
looking stunning in that sweater today. Looking nice.
Thank you, sir. So I'm adjusting right now. I'm going to ask ask the chat, how does it sound? Because
I'm
every time
enjoying.
no, go
I'm
ahead.
enjoying your succulent. I'm enjoying your succulents behind you. They're very succulent.
Of course. Well, you built them too, so you know how succulent they are.
They're very. I love them.
So, guys,
Thank you for the inspiration.
how is the audio levels, everybody? Are we good? Because every time I do it on Discord, everyone says that I'm too loud, but I tried to adjust it today so it sounds good. Are we good, everybody? They say we're good. All right, well, let's begin. So, wow, first of all, an epic moment. I think this has been a long time coming in the making. People have wanted to see us have a conversation for a very, very long time. And thank you for coming on the show. Thank you for giving us your time. I want to say that up front.
What interesting. What a coincidence. What are the odds? It's the coincidence of this timing. Just I'm sure it's all just circumstantial, right?
Oh, of course. There's absolutely no reason why it would be right now, this week, or anything. No, it just came together that way by complete, luck, dumb luck, right? But you're here. That's respectable. I thank you for your time, and I want to let you know, because I told the audience this before. I know you weren't here. There is absolutely no interruptions. There's no pop-ups on this stream. I'm not going to be reading shout-outs or anything from anyone. The stupid camera is screwing with me right now. But I'm not going to be doing anything to be distracted. It's you and me. I want to respect you because you're giving me your time. It's not about contributions today. I mean, I will shout them out after we're done when you're gone. It has nothing to do with you. I'm not going to be reading out insults or anything like that. That's not what this is, okay?
I don't care. I don't care if you did anyway, but that's fine.
I know you
That's
don't
fine,
care,
though.
but it's just the thing. I mean, you're going to give me your time, dude. I got to give you respect for doing that. You could be doing something better with your time, I'm sure. And I appreciate you coming on. Now, before we begin, I want to clear the air here. You have absolutely no preconceived notions of what this appearance is, right? You don't know. We haven't talked about if it's going to be a topic, if it's going to be anything, right? We haven't planned anything, correct?
No, not once. And if you did, I would call you out on it. You didn't.
There
did
you
not
go.
say a fucking word to me about anything.
Because people have been speculating for the last couple of days. Well, since yesterday, and I guess you had let it drop on your show that you were going to appear a couple of days ago before we had really confirmed it. And then I confirmed it yesterday, and everyone's freaking out. This is an evil plot. They've got all this stuff going on. And, this is not legit. But no, it's not the case. We have nothing planned. All right. Previously, like Rich, and I have not spoken about this beforehand. This is completely a legit appearance here. And I guess, Rich, before I begin saying anything, just before we start,
you're going to get shirtless? Are you going to get shirtless?
Absolutely not. I'm just curious.
Oh, come on.
Do you have anything you would like to just say up front as a starter before we get into anything? Is there anything you want to get off your chest? Is there anything you'd like to say?
I got plenty of questions, but this is your show, so I will let you begin.
Oh, okay.
I have plenty.
He's got plenty of questions, but it's my show. All right. That's fair enough. That's a good way to start. Okay. All right. So, funny that you bring up, the timing of everything, correct? Because obviously I
Mm.
tried to get you on this show back in the fall, and it fell apart. You did cancel last minute. Then you wanted to come back on it. At that point, I wasn't interested. But we're not here to argue about the specifics of what happened there. But I have tried to have you on, and it didn't work out for whatever reason. So now, this week, I've got you on. All right. And a lot of people are like, this is great. It's the first face-to-face of Rich versus Phil, and they're going to either have it out or maybe this is a plot. They're going to be like buddies now because the casino has turned on Phil. And now Phil's probably looking for allies, right? And he's looking for buddies
Which
to team up with against the casino, right? That's what everyone's saying. What do you think about that?
Well, I hope to God that you knew from the beginning that was going to happen. I don't think you did though, because you were essentially in there. You did simp for them for a while, Phil.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I found funny is that things that I've just said for years, you make it like I'm going to stalk you and dry hump your front door in the middle of the night. But when PPP said those things at the time, now you're different because the fallout and he was calling your wife fat. But back then, it was with them, it was just razzing. What's the difference between when I said something and when PPP said something, which would be just as bad, if sometimes not worse? Why was there a difference with that?
Well, there's two things. Number one, if you have some kind of an arrangement with someone, if you're working business-wise with someone, okay, and you know that there's a mutual benefit to being associated or making content, then you give a few inches, right? You'll give a little bit of leeway. You'll let them get a little bit of a rise or get a little bit of a boost or a little bit of whatever it is on your behalf. Because quite frankly, you're also getting a boost on their behalf by being associated or making content with them. All right. But just like everything, there's a limit to that. And what's happened is PPP took it upon himself to keep pushing those boundaries as far as he possibly could, thinking that he was a big shit, basically, and he could get away with whatever.
But that was at the 11th hour, though, Phil. I mean, there was actually a video of where like you tiptoed into confronting him about what he said about your wife, and you gave him a pass. Also, too, there's a video that Mighty D has where you were, and this happened multiple times. It wasn't just in his video, where you would be in their kick chat in like the wee hours of the morning,
Mhm.
text messaging them or messaging them in their chat like a teenage girl. You were gifting subs. You would go back and forth. You always say that your time, like that was, what were you doing then? You say your time is valuable. You say you're very busy, but then you were sitting there in their chat, essentially just simping, actually, which is funny. We'll talk more about simping later, but that was very strange to me.
Sure. Well, I guess we've had a good cold open, right? I guess we'll get into it now, right? We'll actually get into like the format and what this is actually going to be. So Rich, I have to be honest with you. All right. I'm going to be very honest with you right now.
Okay.
Okay. I do have a plan for this appearance, and it's nothing whatsoever what you think it is. Okay. But I want you to calm down. I want you to calm down. There's no guests coming on or anything. It's just you and me. I promise you that. Okay. No special, no shocking twists. No, oh my God. Gotcha.
Even if there was a guest, that would be fine.
Okay.
Good drink.
Rich, do you recognize this?
Let me look on.
He's not looking. Oh, you don't see me?
Those are your poker chips, Phil. Yeah.
Correct. This is the briefcase that was used as a prop during the co-op react that I did with Kino Casino back in the summer when we watched your documentary from June the King. And basically, it was used as a way to humiliate you over the course of that event, where every time that there was something embarrassing that happened, we would take some chips out, right? And at the end, we were at the very end, you had one chip left. And I said, this is your chip. I'm going to hold on to it. And I had it on my screen back here. And everything, was around this chip in the casino. And you even called it out in your content. And you said, Phil, you fool. They're not your friends, but you have their memes in your content and all of that. I'm well aware of all that stuff that you said, okay?
which was true from the beginning. Everyone saw that coming from a mile away. You were a content mill for them,
So, okay,
as you've seen.
fair enough. Now, I bring this up for a reason, all right? And we're going to explain it in just a moment. But I have one other question for you before I actually show you the briefcase, okay? And the question is this.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the king snake? The animal?
Nope.
You're not?
Nope.
The king snake is a creature, a snake, that lures other snakes into its den. Dangerous snakes, snakes that are known to already be predators, rattlesnakes, and others. The king snake uses this trick in order to make those creatures feel safe. And then the king snake surprises those creatures from behind and swallows them whole. The king snake
Are you swallowing me, Phil?
hold on. The king snake eats other predators whole after laying a trap. Okay?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the briefcase. This is Andy and Ashton's briefcase. Because, ladies and gentlemen, today on this podcast, this is not the Level 1 podcast featuring RTU at all. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Level 666 podcast straight out of fucking hell, because today, live on the show, it is time to explain to you how over the last 8 months and the last couple of years, all of my planning has finally come to fruition. I robbed Kino Casino. I'm not kidding. I'm not
How did you rob?
fucking kidding. Everything that you have seen happen, I swear to God, has been part of my plan all along. Because all of you think I'm so fucking stupid. You all thought that this was he got fooled. He had the wool pulled over his eyes. I 100% had this planned since day one.
Phil,
and I am going...
I
You don't believe me?
No, I don't believe you. I've been watching you now for over a decade. You were full in on this hook line, and so you called Andy your gaming soulmate.
Okay. Rich, I got the receipts. And we're going to look at them together right now on this show.
Okay.
Are you
I
ready?
would like to see these. Yes, Philip.
This is the briefcase of Andy and Ashton. And every single time that we go through a topic and I expose them for who they really are, they're going to lose a few chips. And we're going to see at the end how many chips these two have left over.
This feels like retcon to me, Phil, but sure, prove it to me.
Sure.
Let me see.
We're good. No worries, man. All right. So, let's get started, shall we? I'm changing my screen, so if you don't, because Rich, you can't see any of this, obviously. I'm going to let you know what I'm actually doing here, and you might want to tune into the stream. It's going to be very hard for you to see, but I'm going to be reading things as well.
I'm already on the stream too.
Okay. Let me actually resize you here so that you can actually be. Here we go. So here's the funny part, folks. All this week, there's been all these threats thrown around by Kino Casino saying, God forbid that any of these private messages be leaked that I had with Phil or we had with Phil, because these private messages would be so damning. They would hurt him so bad. And man, he is hiding from it. And we're counting down to when we leak the messages. I already put the messages online. And by the end of this show, I'm going to give everyone the links and you can all read them for yourselves in full. I'm not kidding. Because This was my
This
plan
doesn't
all along.
sound like 4D chess. This sounds like damage control.
There's no
This
damage
sounds
control
like,
here.
This sounds like you're just trying to get in front of what they're gonna say.
There's nothing to say. As you're going to see and what we're going to go through, everything that they think they have was already planned ahead of time. Every single thing that I told them was either a lie, a half-truth, or something to buy their confidence. So they would think that over time, they would have something on me. Because the truth is, Rich, I'm tired of being pushed around. I really am. All right? I'm going to be honest with you and the internet right now. Back in 2023, when I did that Side-Scrollers interview, and that interview went how it did, and I walked out of there thinking, not a lot of people are going to like me. But at least that interview's out there, and now I don't have to worry about this bullshit anymore. And then the next day...
Because those interviews make you seem disingenuous, Phil. Like, think about how simple...
Fair enough.
Think about how simple would have been to show... like, hey, just show me that down from, which we know is your account now, which we know you're still using, by the way. Down from the rafters is my WWE Champions account. My Sweaty Man Addiction is there. And then you were like, I got to protect my family, which made no sense, Phil. That made zero sense. How does showing a username in a game, that's the equivalent of like showing a gamer tag on like your Xbox Series X. And you said, and then when you had him on the show, and he said, I forget the exact wording. I just thought of this now. I do have notes, by the way, but he was like, so you weren't telling the truth. And you said to him, it doesn't matter if I was telling the truth or not. It's still an answer.
That's right. Because I wasn't there to give them some kind of an insane, truthful expose on anything. The whole idea was I give you an interview. Doesn't matter if you like it or not, but I'll give you an interview. And then we're supposed to actually continue on with content. I was supposed to be a regular guest on their show, which was actually the original premise of being on it, is that I was going to be on there, add my 2 cents towards topics and everything, get some exposure, maybe bring some viewers over to my channel. Some of my viewers go to their channel. They didn't give me that respect because after the interview, they decided to make endless amounts of content for weeks to months about me, crapping on me and making tons of money. And the problem is that negates the whole premise of the interview. An interview is supposed to be you just ask questions, you give answers, and then the audience has to judge for themselves. Not right after the interview ends, the interviewers say, oh, well, that whole thing was bullshit. We don't like that guy, and he's an asshole. Don't believe him. You've completely disingenuously conducted that interview if that's how you behave yourself after, in my opinion. So,
Phil, every radio show or talk show has after shows about the guests that they have on. And you weren't truthful, so their take on you was right. So I'm not really sure where you're coming from with that. Like,
fair enough, but that's not even what we're here for today, okay? And I get it. We already argued about the side scrollers thing for ages. They're not even the topic of discussion here. But after the side scrollers thing, I had enough. I said, I've had enough of people on the internet always constantly using me as the butt of their joke, talking about me, using me to make money, and doing everything they possibly can in order to kind of, mess with me and just get over on my behalf. And I realized at that point, the only way that I was going to be able to change things was to actually do something for myself. But there's no way that I could actively do it publicly. Because if I did it publicly, then everyone would just laugh. Because everyone thought I was a big meme and a big joke, right? And to some extent, people still do. I got a little bit more of a boost since, the last 8 months, but not much. But what no one realized is that I decided for myself to do something with initiative. And I said, I want to try to actually get over on one of these people who's one of these content creators who's constantly a misery broker. And I know you've heard me say that before. What I think a misery broker is someone who literally doesn't make content for themselves. All they do is they look at other people's misery, they report on it, they make fun of it, they laugh at it, and then they make a bunch of money. So a day when it's a bad day for someone else is a good day for them. But in reality, if it weren't for other people, they wouldn't be able to ever have any popularity. It's the only reason they get anything.
So what you're saying, this whole entire thing for your casino arc was 4D chess that you were playing them to the point that you would hurt your own reputation and career?
Rich, not only that, I cased probably 6 or 7 different individuals who I thought I could maybe get in their good graces, figure out how to get in on it and see what would happen. And
Sorry.
after looking at all of these different people, all right, someone in my chat one day had said, did you hear about Kino Casino? Did you hear that they're also making fun of Review Tech? Just like you are, or just like he's making fun of you and back and forth. And did you hear that they're constantly making fun of him in their content? Okay. And I said, no, I don't know anything about these guys. I didn't. But I went over there and I actually watched their content once. And I knew from the first moment that I started watching their show, this was going to be the one that was going to work if I was going to try to make this happen. Okay. Now, Rich, I'm going to be honest with you again. You have unwittingly been a part of this since day one because you were the reason that I contacted them. You were the reason why I affiliated with them. The whole co-op, react to your
Well,
documentary.
at least that's one thing that Andy said was true. I wasn't as unwitting as you think, but yes. Ashton kept on saying that you went to him. Now I see that is actually accurate. Okay.
So you're gonna see it's accurate because I'm gonna show you all of it. I have it all right here, and we're gonna look at it together. But I just need everyone to understand what the premise is and what's going on here. Is that the whole idea was to get in the good graces of the casino, to find a way to collab that was gonna get me over, that was gonna get me some popularity, make me some money, but also at the same time make them think I'm some kind of a fucking idiot, so that they will always think that I'm indebted to them, that I'm always gonna do what they say. Because I know how they are. Let's be honest here. We know Ashton. We know Andy. These guys are not squeaky clean. These guys have burned every bridge. They don't have friends. They can't have friends.
Yet you were still absolutely dying to work with them, though.
Not dying to work with them. They were a means for me to finally get out of the position that I was in, being the whipping boy of the internet. And that was the intention from day one. Everything that I laid out, every conversation I had with them, every late night bullshit session I had with them when I should have been asleep, every time I was on their streams kissing their butt, throwing them super memberships or whatever, was all part of this. And they think they have something on me. They're insane. How they didn't know.
They do.
How they didn't know that everything I was saying was fake, I don't know. Because, I'll give you some examples here. I said, my wife was sick and she had found God. And now because of that, I can't do this idea that you came up with. And they bought it. And I said, oh, my rabbit is sick, so I can't do the show today. My mom is sick, so I have to fly. I keep saying sick, like every excuse was someone's sick. Yet they bought it every time. Every fucking time.
Or you were just nervous to go do it, so you canceled on it.
But the point I'm making here is I basically manipulated them as much as I could to make them do what I wanted. I got what I wanted. And then when I knew they were going to eventually turn on me, because we all knew that from the get-go, right? We knew they were going to turn.
That's kind of just gross too, Phil. You would say that your family members were sick to get out of doing things with them?
To get
a one-up on them?
No. It's not to get out of doing things with them. It's to basically have a way to make them believe that everything I'm saying is true. Because no one is going to think that someone's going to just pull that out of their ass. But to beat a snake, you have to be the better snake, Rich. It's the only way to do it. You have to make them believe the lies. And man, did I pull the wool over their eyes for the last 8 months until finally I had enough. And the truth is, I had enough for 2 reasons. Number 1, the disrespect to my family. And number 2, because I wasn't getting anything out of the collaboration anymore. These guys, all right, have some of the worst ideas I've ever seen for content. They were pitching ideas that would have worked, but they didn't have any clout to make the ideas happen. They legitimately couldn't make anything work that would have made us money. It was cancellation, denial, cancellation, denial, after. It was like endless.
I'm not a fan of the casino, but they did have the clout and the money to make things happen. I think the only person believing this in this stream right now is you. I don't.
Rich.
I mean, how do you How do you do so? You're trying to tell me to believe that for the past 8 months,
Mhm.
when you were sitting there gifting them subs, simping for them like hours upon hours on
Mhm.
end, trying to get them to pay attention to you, like they were Beavis and Butthead and you were Stewart, that this was all some big plan to get vengeance on people that if you never affiliated with, you would be in a better position than you are now. You went, Phil. It's just a fact. You saw that there was an opportunity there. They feigned friendship with you. You
Mhm.
called Andy Worski your gaming soulmate. You were so into all this to the point that you let them shame you. And now in the end, after all is said and done, you come out on the other end looking worse, and you're trying to tell me that this is 4D chess. Come on, Phil.
Rich,
Come
I
on.
could never possibly come out at the end of anything looking worse. You understand that, right? Like, I have been the joke of the internet for over a decade. No one listens to me. Even when I have valid things to say, they do that stupid meme that's like, oh, the guy that you hate the most or the worst guy you know finally made a good comment, right? So there's nothing to lose. There was only anything to gain. My viewers don't give two shits about the
Oh, they
drama
do.
at
They
all.
do.
They don't want the drama. And that's why when it started to get to the point where these guys wanted me to completely change who I was, all of my content into drama content, that's when I basically broke it off and they completely lost their minds because they're so angry that I was the one in charge of the situation all along and not them. All right. Enough of
No, you
us
weren't.
chatting about this. And you, by the
You
way,
weren't in charge of the situation. You absolutely weren't. But okay.
you feel free to go ahead. You feel free to chime in. I'm okay with this. All right. You feel free to chime in whenever you want. But the reason you're here is very simple. I want you to witness this going down. Okay. And you were the one who basically started the whole thing with me reaching out to them and us reacting to your react. So, or your documentary, excuse me. So it's only fair that you be a part of this. You understand where I'm coming from? You think that that's a fair thing to have you here?
Sure, Phil. Let's see what you got, boy. Let's see.
All right. So it's already been said. I didn't realize that they had said this, but we'll go ahead and we'll show it anyway. And by the way, because now I'm going to start showing stuff, everybody. FYI, at the very end of this show, I am going to give you all the links to the raw files that contain all of the DMs between myself, PPP, and Andy, so you can all read them in the entirety for yourself. All right. So that way there's no shock. There's oh, he hid something. He edited anything. I've edited nothing. This is all 100% unedited. You're going to be able to watch. And appropriately, they're all nicely in PDF files, which makes sense since those guys have been sweeping for PDFs for quite some time. So now you can read all their logs for yourself online. Okay. So, so we start off with the very first time that I ever talked to them. And this, I guess they've already admitted to this, that it was me that reached out to them, okay, in a DM, basically saying, hey, you know, is this the host of Kino Casino? I'm trying to find a way to talk to the guys, but I can't find anything official, okay? And so we had a conversation back and forth. Of course, the first thing we're talking about is you, Rich. I saw your vid about Review Tech threatening June the King. Today I have my take on it on my podcast. And I basically used you as the way to bridge that gap and get that initial introduction with these guys. In fact, the whole idea of us doing
So you're the Batman. You're the Batman of drama merchants, going selflessly to take them down.
you can call it whatever you want. You know, you really can. But the point here is I was the one who initiated the contact. I was the one who actually suggested the react to your documentary. They had kind of alluded to it on their show, but they never thought it would happen because they never spoken to me before. So I contacted them and I said, let's do it. This is a genius idea. I knew that was going to make money for both of us. I knew that was going to be big. It was going to bring me notoriety. It was going to bring them notoriety. I'm the one who put that great idea out there and made it happen. All right. It was me, not them. It was my actual making it happen that started this whole thing and got this popularity train rolling. Now, there's a few pages here and us going back and forth.
Okay, Phil, I got a pin to pop on this. Here's what I think.
Go ahead.
I think you just your hate boner for me was throbbing. You saw that they were wiping the fucking floor with me, and you wanted in on it. And when they embraced you and treated you like one of the whack pack on Howard Stern, you got a taste of more money. You got you thought they feigned friendship with you, which you bought into. At least that's what it seems like. No, better yet, I think it was friendship, and I think you saw that you were getting money, so you, like, your nose was Andy Worski's asshole now must be spread out maybe like another 2 inches because your nose was so deep in there. Like, what I think you're doing now, as a matter of fact, I guarantee what you're doing now is because you know that this is disastrous for you, that you're trying to be like, aha, all along, it was my master plan. It was not your master plan, Phil.
Okay.
It wasn't. And look, that's fine, but I'm just not going to believe it. I don't think anybody with like a upper double-digit IQ will believe it.
So we have 2 files here, and I'm just seeing if I can actually show you. So I don't know if you can see them on the screen, everybody. Here, I'm going to try to get this here. So this is the file of me talking with Andy in DMs. Okay, this is all of them, back to back, 182 kilobytes. The one of me talking with PPP, 1,031 kilobytes. Why?
When did you make these, Phil? Right click on them, go to properties. When is the origin date of these?
Where's properties on here? There you go.
You right click on whatever file you're clicking on.
Just made them a couple days ago. Here it is. I got them off of my X archives, and I used a third-party app to turn them into PDF files so that we could actually see them today, because or else you have to be in a web browser to see them. So the point I'm making why I brought that up is I almost never talk to Andy at all. Almost never. Andy is kind of the guy from what I'm to understand. He's the tech guy, all right? He's the guy that gets everything together, that the data runs the show. But PPP is the guy who actually gets the ideas, talks to people, wrangles them in, etc. I talk to PPP about 40,000 times more than I ever talk to Andy, and it's hilarious because the internet has this misconception that, like, I'm bros with Andy and we always talk behind the scenes about games. We almost never talked at all. I have endless folders here of me talking to PPP about all the stuff we did. I have a tiny folder of the few things I ever talked to Andy about. It's just a complete fallacy. But that's what people want to believe because they want to think that, like, I was his best friend or something. Andy, I'll be honest, I think that PPP is kind of the brains, while Andy is just kind of the operations. You know what I'm saying? Like, never did Andy contact me about an idea. Never was he the go-between. It was always PPP who was the guy who was talking to me about everything the entire time. Okay? So what I'd like to do...
It was you... What would you like to do, Phil? You were the ones who were trying to make it like they were your best. So you're saying even when you defended them and went to bat for them with the numerous clips that are out there, and on your own channel, I've seen them because you always say it's always the track when they're like, oh, they're just razzing me. This was so you were humiliating yourself to get like a master plan of vengeance back on them.
I 1,000,000% knew they were going to turn on me eventually. There was no way they were never going to because they've done it to everyone. They've burned every bridge. They do whatever they need for personal gain. And everyone knows this. Like you said, you knew it. Everyone else knew it. But everyone apparently thought I was the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. I'm not. I knew exactly what was going on from day one. They seemed to be the only ones who didn't get it. They thought I was that dumb.
Or you were desperate.
There's a difference between desperation and actually finally taking control of your destiny, which I decided to do for once instead of just being stomped on all day by everybody.
The best way to take control of your destiny is to not get yourself involved in that. The best way to take control of your destiny is to do rewards for your audience that isn't you eating pizza. Like those are ways to control your destiny. The way to control your destiny is to make content that's more entertaining. You could say I'm a clown, I'm a buffoon, all you want to, but me getting the tattoo of you near my left ass cheek as you as Dracula from Castlevania is bizarre. Maybe it's a little gay too. That's okay, but it's like people want entertainment, and right now you're not. I know we're going a little off topic here. You're not offering it. Did you see the video where someone said that you the middle manager, Phil? Did you see that video?
No, I don't watch any of those videos. I have no time for it. I'm busy doing
It's not.
this thing here.
It's think about it though. It's not. Don't even take it as an insult. There's truth to it. Where you're talking about a pizza party, like it's like if you're working in commission sales and you hit a goal, but the reward is your audience watches you eat pizza.
Yeah,
You see where that's insane?
Rich. There's entire businesses on the internet based on people eating food on camera. You realize this, right?
But Phil, okay, I understand what you're saying, but I was like, let me go see his DS. Where do you have your DSP tries it on DSP reacts, right?
Yeah.
That's where you put them. One of them at most got 2,000 views. You probably made like 75 cents off of it.
Yeah, because that's not the business, that's the reward. Get it? I've already raised the funding for it, so I can do it. It's the opposite of what you're thinking.
So then you're solidifying what I'm saying, that the reward for your audience is to watch you eat something that they could drive down the street and get themselves.
Because that's what they want. When they watch me do those videos, they see me try a product that maybe they will then get because they want to try it. And numerous people over the years have said, hey, I saw you try that and I went and got it. Man, it was good. Or the flip side, man, I couldn't believe it was that bad. I had to try it for myself and man, it was really bad. Or, hey, I was going to get that, but I didn't because I saw your video and now I realize it's bad. So thanks for saving me the trip and the money. But we're not here to argue about the validity of DSP Tries It. We're here to take a look at the receipts.
Can we talk about your microphone setup too as well?
Who cares about my microphone setup? What are you talking about?
Because you've given me a lot of flack about this microphone setup, but this is actually technically the correct way. It ties
in front of me. I have 8 months of private conversations with the casino, exposing them for their idiotic attitudes, the things that they said to insult people that will get them in hot water. We've got all kinds of. You want to talk about my microphone? You're for real right now.
Well, yeah, because it kind of ties into the, like, I know you're being disingenuous, making it like this is a master plan, and you're even with small things. It's not about who gives a shit about the microphone, but the point is that you're disingenuous, Phil. First off, you're not using your. Hold on one second. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Actually, I need a sip of my luscious drink here. You're using your dynamic microphone right now like a shotgun mic. Actually, if you watch PPP, he also has a dynamic microphone like you and I have. If you watch other podcasters, this is how you're supposed to have the mic. It's also supposed to be very close to your mouth because dynamic microphones mitigate how much audio is around the room.
I know. I'm well aware of this, Rich. I can do it too.
But you're not, though, because I'm looking at you right now on screen.
Because I don't want the mic up my ass when I do my podcast, Rich. It still sounds good, and I don't have to suck the mic.
So, no, it doesn't. Your mic actually sounds worse than your previous mic. Many people have said it. You're using your mic wrong, and I feel like you're using your mic wrong just out of pride to get back at me and other people that are telling you that Phil, put the mic, get a different stand, put it so it's here near your mouth, and you don't have to have these 8 billion different filters in OBS that makes it sound like you sound like you're going through puberty again. Your voice sounded significantly fuller and better before. You know, and who cares about the mic stand in and of itself? It just shows, Phil, how you're disingenuous and why I can't believe you about this whole master plan.
The mic is what shows I'm disingenuous. And that's why you can't believe the evidence I'm about to show you.
Yes. Also, we could go into too when you got that mini PC. When you just make up facts off the top of your head.
If anything, all right, let it be said. All right, I tried to get Rich involved in this because I thought he would add something. I thought he'd be interested in what I've done here. But I guess he's more interested in arguing little idiosyncrasies of nonsense. This is what he thinks is entertaining to the internet.
No,
this is amazing.
It's not idiosyncrasies. It's not idiosyncrasies. Phil, what about? Can I ask a question? Now, that mic stand that boom arm that you got, you realize I actually found it. I have it right here. You spent how many hours and you ended up breaking the boom arm, right? Why do you make your audience do your work for you instead of you looking up. It's a
Folks.
sure broadcast one mic. Hold on,
Folks.
don't say folks. Don't say folks yet. Don't say folks yet. There's a minute and 30-second mic video. Why couldn't you look that up instead of having a multi-hour stream where your audience's time, you have to understand, is valuable. Like, I got a flash cart that I found in a drawer. I had to find new firmware for it. Not going to get. Point being is that I looked into things myself, looked it up myself. I didn't fire up a stream and say, "Hey guys, watch me be a dumbass and look how to make this flash cart work." These all tie into why anyone with a modest intelligence is not going to be like, "Man, Phil was getting the one up on them." Because you. What? Yes, please talk to me, Phil.
For a decade, you had a channel called Review Tech USA.
Mm-hmm.
And in the last 5 minutes that you have wasted of everyone's time, you have reviewed more tech than you did in your entire decade on your own channel.
Okay, but that still doesn't take away from what I'm saying right now.
You are the master of bad timing and how to make things that are exciting incredibly fucking boring. Good God, man. Don't you understand?
How is it boring when I'm saying things like you?
Oh my God.
You
Dude,
said
aliens would be landing outside and you would be talking about how your stove is malfunctioning. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Phil,
we are not here to talk about a microphone, you incredible buffoon. Could you stop for 5 seconds?
No.
And
don't
just
get angry.
stop
I'm not angry.
wasting everyone's time so we can
Don't
actually
get
talk about the
angry.
subject matter.
I am not angry. You also talk. It's what I'm trying to tell you, Phil, is that you see why it's hard to believe you. You also just recently said you can't have another Castlevania marathon. There's only 4 classic Castlevania games.
Rich.
Is that true, Phil?
We have several topics to choose from. All right, we do. I would like to let you choose a topic that we can delve into first. Okay, which topic would you like to delve into? We've got Mudahar. It's a Gundam, which is a nice one because apparently It's a Gundam was coming on their show on Friday. So you'd be interested to see what PPP has to say about him.
Shout out to It's a Gundam. He's my dude. Continue.
Medicare and how they basically ball suck this guy constantly and think that he's the end all be all of content. 2 entire folders of their incredibly awful ideas that I had to keep shutting down because they were so bad. PPP incredibly embarrassing himself because he actually thought that we were bosom buddies or possibly he's gay. I'm not sure. We'd have to see there. And then basically how it fell apart. Also things that they said about Keemstar that I think you'll find pretty interesting. Or we could just look at the very few things that I talked about with Warski because we barely ever spoke. I'm telling you, it was such minuscule stuff. Where would you like to begin?
Are any of those as embarrassing as when you pressure your audience to donate so your wife doesn't have to cook dinner?
Oh, they're actually way more embarrassing because I do that publicly as an act to entertain while these things were done behind the scenes in good confidence. So that's the difference.
All right, so you know what, Phil? Show me something, man. Show me. I want you to show me why you called Strangely Lex a slut too. When I show more skin as a matter. I show more skin than she.
That's not in here because that just happened recently. We didn't even talk about that behind the scenes. We only talked about that on the show. So what you've seen there on Smart Guys,
there's nothing to see.
There was nothing behind the scenes to talk about. So
that was just you being salty. But okay.
So what would you like to talk about here, or should I just pick one? By the way, for the record, everyone's telling me to just dump you from the show because you've already derailed it so poorly, and they just want me to do this for myself. But I'm keeping you on here out of good faith. So, what would you like to do?
Phil, you have over 1,300 viewers right now. I'm not seeing. The only one seeing is maybe because a couple people who want Ethan Ralph to come on, but no one's saying to dump me from the show. This is the most viewership. You would need to do 6 streams to get this much viewership.
They're not here for you, though, Rich. They're not here for you. I hate to tell you.
So you get this much viewership every day?
No, it's because I'm doing what I'm doing right now. I mean, you being on this, I'm doing this as a service to you because I did use you as the way to get this entire arc started. So I felt like it would be a respectful thing to do to have you on the show while I go through this. But I mean, if you're not interested,
Press 1 if you want me to stay. Press 2 if you want me to go.
So I mean,
Let's see.
if you're not interested, if you just want to talk about mics and shit, we could we could do that on another show, but that would not be this one. Okay. So what would you like to do?
It's Phil. There's mostly ones here, Phil. There's only a handful of twos.
Okay. Are you going to pick a topic, or do I pick, or do I dump you from the show? Those are the three options. You pick, I pick, or you get dumped. What would you like to do?
You could pick a topic, and then I'll pick the next one. How about that? Let me ask you a question. Oh, no, here's a good one. You keep on saying, even recently, in a video you just made a few weeks ago, that I'm on drugs when I don't even take edibles anymore. I haven't for the past 5 months. Why do you
No,
keep
I believe
saying
that. I do believe that you're off drugs. Right now, you seem pretty coherent and clear, so, absolutely, that's true. You're
Now,
definitely not on drugs
you just,
right now.
this wasn't even a month ago. It was February 24th. You've even said that I drank weed seltzers. Why would you say things that aren't true, that you don't know about?
From what I've seen on your streams, you were drinking weed seltzers in the past. I don't know specifically what you're
Phil?
referencing, so I can't answer.
Phil, I've never had a weed
right.
seltzer
So-
in my entire life.
So I didn't know that. Do you want me to pick a topic, or are you going to pick one?
You could pick it. You didn't know that, but you went with it, though.
All
Okay,
right.
continue.
So we'll start at the beginning. The whole point here, and this is what I want you guys to understand, is when I started working with the casino, all right, the big idea was the co-op react to Rich's documentary. And that was the gold mine, and we all knew it, right? We knew this was going to be the big one, right? And then after that happened, it's like, well, what are we going to do next? And for me, it's like, well, you guys know what I can do. I play games. I could do that. So anything gaming related, I'm down for. But they said, well, we're the drama guys, right? We're going to come up with all these ideas of guests and things that you're going to interact with. So the very first one they had is, let's hit right now. Let's strike when the iron is hot. Let's actually get Mudahar to do a co-op with us. We're going to do Chain Together with Mudahar, who's talked about you over and over the years. And it's going to be epic. It's going to be so awesome that Mudahar is going to be in the content, okay? And so here it is. We thought that we would do Chain Together, and, they say Mudahar is going to be in it because he's like the biggest guy in their Rolex. Okay, I'm just paraphrasing because we don't want to read word for word here. Like I said, I'm going to drop the files at the end of the show so everyone can read them for themselves, word for word. That's why there's dates and everything here. Okay, there was a little bit of nonsense, and it was my fault because accidentally I didn't even know I had Mudahar blocked on Twitter, and I already publicly apologized for that. I didn't know that. So here's what ends up happening. After hyping this up that we're going to do Chain Together with Mudahar, Mudahar cancels last second, like literally last second. Now, doesn't tell me why Mudahar canceled, but says, well, we'll try to reschedule, but we want to try to rush it before the end of the month. What ends up happening, all right, is Mudahar literally stops talking to these guys entirely. 100%. Won't answer them, won't get back to them. Then, within one
Devastating.
Within one day, Mudahar deletes his entire Twitter account. Now, I had been talking only once. I had a conversation with Mudahar behind the scenes, and he had actually publicly apologized to me and said, hey, FYI, if the only thing that's really bad about you is that you've been begging for contributions on the internet and you were a little dishonest with your viewers, I'm okay with that's fine. Let's jump on. Let's do this, Chain Together gameplay or whatever with the casino. But then within 24 hours, the guy backs out of it and deletes his entire Twitter account. So immediately, the first idea that I'm going to do and work with these guys supposed
That wasn't
to be big.
the reason. Okay, this is boring. That wasn't
Okay.
the reason that he deleted the Twitter account.
Oh, you know what he said? I know exactly what he said. It was because of all the harassment he got and that people were being so nasty about certain things. I get that. And I'm not saying that's why he deleted his Twitter account. I'm saying this is the first actual thing that happened with these guys after the co-op react to your documentary. This is supposed to be our first big thing, and immediately it falls apart. Like, immediately, it just doesn't happen. They can't contact the guy. They can't get him back. For some reason, this is supposed to be the biggest guy in their Rolodex. He's ghosting them now. Okay? So now we'll move on. I think there was like one more here, but these are just me going through with them saying, look, he deleted his Twitter. I hope that had nothing to do with us. And you know what? So Worski says, I think he chickened out because he can't handle the heat. That's what Worski said right here, that Mudahar
But
can't
Phil,
handle the heat of doing it.
These are all nothing burgers. Where is the damning stuff here?
We're gonna go. We're going through a lot of stuff. Relax, relax. And then here, Well, I'm trying to find it. He basically says, I think that, oh, this is Josh Moon. He says that basically the detractors contacted Mudahar en masse, and he thinks that he pussied out because your detractors contacted him. That's what PPP says. Okay?
Screen share that link that I sent you. I want you to explain it to me.
I'm
I
not
sent you a
screen
link.
sharing any links. We're not doing any bullshit that you want to do. It's not your show.
Why
Okay.
why is you not doing it's not my show, but you brought me on.
All right. So
I think Phil, I think you thought this is going to be like some like battered wife, like, yes, let's go. Like, I don't care about I really don't give a shit. I don't care about.
Okay. So I guess we'll continue on. Let me go ahead and get rid of this. I tried, everyone. Really, I did. I tried to make it entertaining. That man is not entertaining in any way, shape, or form. I really wanted to give it an honest shake, but he's an idiot. Okay. Wow. I mean, he really did not want to play ball. He did not want to have any fun. That guy is a loser. That's sad because I was trying. I mean, not that I want to be that guy's best friend or anything, but I mean, holy shit, dude. Like, that was pathetically bad. Like, why can't you just shut up and just ride what we're doing here and go with the idea? But what else can I say? I mean, that was awful. Okay. So let's continue on, everybody. All right. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not aware, one of the big things that's going on right now with the casino is that they're threatening that on Friday, they're going to drop all the logs, which I've already done, and I'm going to give you guys the link in a second, so you're going to have them for yourself. All right. But they're going to have It's a Gundam on this Friday. It's going to be amazing because It's a Gundam and PPP are going to team up and they're going to destroy DSP. Boy, I bet you guys are going to be really interested about what they had to say about It's a Gundam just a few months ago, because after we had the situation with Mudahar, okay, we had the situation with It's a Gundam. Now, you guys aren't aware of this because they never publicly announced it or even talked about it at all. All right? So let's take a quick look. It's actually better because you guys will be able to see the logs a lot better now. So this is PPP trying to contact me about a really, this will be a great show to have It's a Gundam on. All right? See, we have him lined up if you want it. It's a potential mega show with the size of his audience and the hype that's built for years around the meeting. Worski knew him for years. We could probably control it enough, but he is a detractor through and through and will be trying to score points. I think he has very little charisma or ability to live format, especially in a 3v1 scenario. So the first time that we even talk about It's a Gundam, they're actually insulting him, saying that he has no real charisma. In a live scenario, this guy will die, right? I think it's very easy to paint him as a spurg and a miserable alcoholic who hates his life and is pissing it away. It's a big limelight, and it's a live scenario. We have him agreed, and it's an easy booking. And basically, I said, yeah, this guy, has been desperate to come at me for years and years and years. He's been in Andy's DMs from day one, begging for your blood. We told him to fuck off about 3 times, but he just keeps asking. He tried to talk us out of doing shows with you from the beginning. Wow, this sounds like an amazing collaboration, right? So I agreed to do it. And then immediately PPP says, oh, I'll be honest, I didn't think you were going to say yes. That's the show that we're going to make as soon as possible. We will have over 10,000 people watching live, guaranteed. All right? The biggest show any of us has ever done. I'm not kidding. It will make us all 1 million views. And I'm like, really? You think so? Slot out a couple of hours. He's desperate. He's obsessed. He's definitely going to do it. All right? So basically, PPP is running It's a Gundam through the dirt here. All right? Our audience loves more than anything on earth a live confrontation between two people. So he's still trying to sell it to me. He says, I'm maybe even undervaluing it. If you insult him about his drinking and hiring prostitutes, I think he will spiral. Keep in mind, I don't even know anything about It's a Gundam. At all. Nothing. I know nothing about this man. This is the first time I'm even learning anything personal about him. I know nothing about my detractors. So he's sitting here telling me he's a drunk. He likes whores. He's a loser. He's going to fall apart on the show, and we're going to 3v1 this guy, and we're going to destroy him, right? And I'm like, Jesus, I mean, if this is really what they want, you know what I'm saying? If this is really what they want, I guess I'll do it. Okay, so I agreed to it. Maybe the correct play is just to let him do his spiel. It'll expose himself. Don't treat him seriously at all. Let him do a tantrum, right? I'll do more research on him. This seems like easy pickings. So he is their detractors' golden child, and if he struggles, they will punish him. So essentially, PPP is completely setting up It's a Gundam. 100%. That's the point of this original appearance, was that they were trying to set him up so that he would be embarrassed publicly. Okay? So what happens? Basically, I said, you sure I'm not going to get fucked in the whole deal because I don't really know too much about it. And they assure me, no, you're not. Now, this is the first time that I told them, I really can't be the villain of the internet because this PPP wants me to be the villain. Let me explain the narrative here. All right. PPP wants me to be the villain of the internet. He wants me to portray myself like the worst person possible for drama views. And he thinks that if I did that I would absolutely explode in popularity. I'd make 10 times more money, get 10 times more views. All right. And I explained to PPP, listen, I can't do that. Why? Because I got a wife and she's not been feeling well and she found religion and she doesn't want me involved in this kind of drama stuff. Okay. Now, you guys already know, because I already told you this, some of that is true. Actually, last year, Kat actually did have some health problems, all right? So you're going to see me talking about some of that in these logs, all right? But in reality, and by the way, I can take off these headphones now, thankfully, okay? Basically, I don't want to change myself to be completely a drama guy. I'll do drama, all right? But these guys are trying to push me to the absolute extreme. They're trying to make it so that I will be hated by everyone on the internet, but it doesn't matter because I'll make big money. All right. So basically, I was like, I'm going to make something up. Now, every good lie starts with a nugget of truth. So what's the truth? Well, my wife had been feeling ill last year. She did have some health problems. That's actually why she stopped appearing in my content for a while. But that's not ongoing. But they don't know that. So what do? You tell the sob story. She's not feeling good. She found religion. I can't be the villain. All right? I can't go that far. Now, what's funny is PPP bought it so bad that he's telling me that he's going to send people over to tip me, which is kind of funny because I don't know if you guys are aware. Nobody tips on Kick. Kick is just subs. So I don't even really know what he was saying there. Maybe maybe it was true. Maybe he actually felt bad, or maybe he was trying to glaze me even further. I'll try to send even more people your way, even though at this point, we're talking early October. Some of the momentum was already slowing down because remember, this had all started in August, okay? So anyway, we continue on. And so he says it changes perspective on the situation, but nothing changed after this, okay? So I clear out my slot or whatever. All right, here we go. Here is the results of what happens with PPP and Gundam. Get this. After all of Gundam's tough, scrappy dude talk of let me at him, he bitched out of the interview. I think he's legitimately scared because it became real. That's what PPP has to say about everything. He says, first, this guy's a bitch. This guy, you're going to destroy him. Here's all the stuff we can use against him. Then he says, after all this time that he's begging us to do stuff, he bitched out. He's a wimp. And here it is, right in black and white. This is not me making it up. This is not hearsay. This is them actually talking shit about It's a Gundam super strongly, okay? So, anyway, basically he says he has bigger problems to handle, so we're just going to go back to the drawing board. I'm going to go after Medicare, all right? And that's really the end of the It's a Gundam stuff. Now, all of a sudden, all right, all of these months and months and months later, 7 months later, 6 months later, however many it's been, now It's a Gundam is their best friend and he's going to be on the show to Felt Phil. Do you want to know why? Because it's shooting fish in a barrel. When It's a Gundam was presented with, hey, have a neutral show with Darkside Phil and you'll go at it, he declined, couldn't do it. can't handle it. But now he's their friend because now they're going to team up against me. So says a lot about It's a Gundam. Says a lot about the casino, who literally sat there talking shit constantly about It's a Gundam to make this happen, telling me this is going to be it. We're all going to make money. It's going to be giant. And then they couldn't make it happen. All right. So I want you to think about this. I come up with the idea with the review tech thing. Okay. It works. It's giant. It's huge. I make it happen. It blows up. It's ginormous. Their first two big ideas are let's do a co-op with Medicare. Excuse me. Let's do a co-op with Mudahar. Let's do a co-op with, or an appearance with It's a Gundam. They flop. The one thing we did do together that did okay was the appearance with Josh Moon. All right. Josh Moon being the head of Kiwi Farms. And that did okay, but I don't really think that went the way that, was going to blow up. I think people wanted it to blow up and it didn't. Okay. So it is what it is. But the point is, they keep coming up with some of the most half-assed, cockamamie ideas over and over. And they keep telling me to do them. And I'm like, are you crazy? This shit isn't going to work. So just a couple more dumb ideas that they came up with that didn't come to fruition. Then we're going to talk about, you guys are talking about the whole PPP thing offering me a trip to Florida. Oh, you'll like this one. You'll like that one. And then, because I'm going to show you the truth about that. We got so much to go through, but the thing is, I don't know if we'll have enough time to go through all of it, but I think you're seeing the point here. But we'll get to the end and you'll understand how this all, actually came to the end as it did. So what's the next big idea? Well, man, we're kind of running out of ideas. Can we get Frank Hassel to come visit you? No. Frank Hassel, the guy who infamously harasses people to get content, who went to Boogie's house, who does all this stuff and basically has no boundaries. Of course, I don't want Frank Hassel to be involved in, because then he's going to start doing all that stuff, right? So obviously this is not a good idea, but this is their harebrained ideas. Frank Hassel, let's get him to show up, right? And do either content or show up at your house, right? Like, no, I don't. I'm not going to have that happen. Now, just to clarify, because this has happened years ago too, I just got to clarify for the purpose of this video, folks. I live in a private community for a reason. I live on a private road. It's gated, all right? No one is allowed to come into this community without permission from one of the residents, okay? If you come onto this property and you're not actually supposed to be here, we call the police and you get trespassed off the property and removed. I would never, ever let someone harass me or ever at my house. I would just stay inside, call the police, and send people off to jail where they belong. It's that simple, okay? So never was I going to get involved with someone like Frank Hassel regardless. It never was going to happen. But, I mean, this is the harebrained cockamamie scheme that these guys are coming up with. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is your genius plan of what you want me to do next, okay? Now, I'm trying to remember if the next one is... Oh, let's see. This is... Oh, yeah. So... Oh, yeah, and by the way, just for the record, he did say... It's a Hail Mary that would get a lot of eyeballs if you had Hassel, show up. My audience would go apeshit to see him on the show. He says, if you don't open the door and call the cops, it would be a massive win. So basically, what he's saying is he wants to have Hassel show up so I could call the cops and Hassel can go to jail. Why would you do that? Why would you want him to show up and go to jail? So that's what I mean. Like, the stuff he's coming up with is just so ludicrous, right? Why would I want to participate in this stuff? Okay? So anyway, continuing on, he basically wants to... What is this? Some magician he wanted to get on the show or something like that, who I've never even heard. A guy with puppets and magicians. Oh, wait. This is Steven. This is the first time he told me about Stephen Cambian. All right? Or Cambian. Now, you want to talk about another bad idea. All right? For those who don't know, Steve Cambian, who is the guy who runs that Truth Seekers show, who they've had on their show a couple of times, does the UFO stuff. All right? he basically tries to expose people who are lying about UFOs and extraterrestrials and stuff like that. So he pitches to me that I should do an interview, but I should interview Steve on my show. All right. And I'm like, I don't think that this is something that would make sense because, why would he be on my show? I'm not even interviewing people anymore, but maybe I would do it anyway. I would do them the favor. The thing is, we kind of got busy with doing like Smart Guys and stuff like that. Okay. And then eventually what ends up happening is PPP contacts me behind the scenes and gets me to do this interview with Steven. Okay. And the interview, as you know, wasn't really an interview. It was just an attack session. All right. Now, the bummer is I can't show you the one little conversation we had about it before because this was actually took place verbally after we had filmed an episode of Smart Guys. But there was a conversation where basically I said, so you want me to go on Steve's show? I guess I'll do it. But, what's it going to be? And he said to me, oh, this is just going to be like a softball interview. And when he told me that, I 100% knew that it wasn't going to be a softball interview. I knew that he was kind of starting to snake me. But here's the thing. We had been planning stuff behind the scenes the entire time. That Steven interview, all right, was not legit. I knew going into it that he was going to bring up drama. I knew that he was going to be talking about the drama. Like, it wasn't like he blindsided me and snaked me. The point was that we were supposed to milk the detractors, okay? Yeah, see, he's talking shit about Broside Phil, who showed up on that show. And basically says I owned them when I'm like, I know I didn't own them. I came off poorly on that show because it was just the same retreaded shit, right? So here we go. After the show ends, I basically say to PPP, listen, I didn't appreciate the way that show went down, and here's why. If I had known that he was going to go as hard as he did in that True Seekers interview, I would have actually given him more to work with. We actually could have worked together to blow this up bigger. As it is, all that's going to happen now is the same detractors are going to show up to his streams and probably throw him money, similar to what happened with Sidescrollers after they did their interview with me. Okay? Well, here's his response. You made the guy's career, and I really like him. I want him to do well. I appreciate you doing a good favor. I think it's going to bring attention back to the DSP ecosystem and energize your supporters, and there's future business in it. We subverted the detractors. My guy is their new hero, and we can take their money now. So he's outright saying here, yes, the entire thing was orchestrated. We're only doing it to milk the money from the detractors. It's not that Steven actually did research, got anything interesting. They just know that anyone who talks shit about me essentially is going to make money from my detractors. So the whole Steve thing, I was aware of ahead of time. It was complete setup on purpose to milk the detractors, but the detractors are too stupid to figure that out. So they still kept going to Steve's streams to give him money. So literally anyone who comes to Steve's streams to have to go through the same shit about me, the same retreads, the same crap, okay? It's the same stuff, man. And he's only doing it to milk money from you. Just like Stuttering Craig milked the detractors for about a year there. And people kept going back and throwing him money every time he did a stream about me. So it's like I've said, this is not anything new. It's just that my detractors are so fucking brain dead that they don't understand that they're being milked every single time that this is happening. Now, you might wonder, why did I do this, right? Because I wanted to keep the grift going. All right, I did. I wanted to keep it going where I was going to do stuff with the casino from time to time. I was doing Smart Guys, and Smart Guys at least was doing all right. And I was really hoping that we were going to get a situation where we would get another big thing that was going to happen. But once this thing happened with Steve, I'm going to be honest with you guys, this was the beginning of the end for me back in February, because I was like, there's absolutely no way after this that these guys are going to come up with any good ideas. In fact, the next thing that PPP told me that he wanted to do out of this, all right, was so dumb. Basically, They want me to make Steve the villain of the DSP universe. All right? Here. My plan was to perhaps build up a show where you and Steve will debate a random topic each week and play a co-op game doing random challenges against each other, and that you guys would split the money. So what does he do? He's turning it into like fucking a Nickelodeon game show. He really thought that having me on Steve's show and him just doing the usual detractor shtick, which is what he did, was then going to set up the DSP supervillain universe where Steve was going to be a villain to me, and we were just going to talk shit and play games, and it was all going to be staged. That's probably the worst fucking idea I've ever heard. There was no way that was ever going to work. No one was ever going to believe that. That is the most half-assed cockamamie stuff. And the thing is that a lot of people don't know, all right? PPP really is jealous of and wishes that he were Keemstar. He wishes that he could set up his own lolcow universe where he could pit this person versus this person, and they could do drama, and they could do all this crap. That's really what he wishes. He wants his own lolcow live, and then another show, and then another show. That's what he's trying to build up. All right? But it's just an awful idea. It's the same as taking a photocopy of something and taking a photocopy of the photocopy and taking a copy of the copy of the copy. Eventually, the copy looks like crap. And this is exactly what he was trying to do, was copy other people's ideas and run with them and see if they would work, but they never would. Now, admittedly, you guys know, all right, I, at one point, had issues with Keemstar. And I don't anymore because I had Keem on my show back in August. And when I did, we hashed shit out, and I feel it went really well. And now we leave each other alone. We are amicable, all right? I actually have no issue with Keem. Now, would I ever do any long-term work with Keem or anything like that? Probably not, right? Everyone says, would you ever go on LOLCAW Live? Would you ever do that? Probably not, because I don't like being indebted to anyone particularly, all right? I don't want to sign a contract, and now I'm locked in and I'm stuck, doing something that I don't want to do. And I feel like if I did that with Keem, sadly, I might get stuck in something I don't like and I don't want to do it. And then I'm not going to put my heart into it. All right. But I've said time and time again over the last many months that I feel that Keemstar knows what he's doing with his content, and I now respect him. All right. There's a difference between, I don't like the content that he puts out, but I respect him for being a good businessman and making the content that, is bringing the butts to seats or whatever. All right. But I'll tell you, man, PPP has a major problem with Keemstar. I don't know why, but he absolutely does. All right. So just to give you some evidence of this, this is when Keemstar publicly apologized to me on X. And this is actually what happened, is that he ended up then being on my show as a result and having that really good interview back in, August or September. He immediately contacted me to say, Keem apologized to you. It's disingenuous, but he knows he's taking big L's because you're a success lately. This is the wrong one. Hold on. It went to the wrong one. I'm trying to get them in order here. That's the wrong one. Sorry. So basically, what ended up happening was PPP kept saying bad things about Keem. And I basically said, well, how can I play into his good graces and make him feel like this is something that I'm going to snake Keem. So I said, I'm playing Keem so hard, wait until you see where this goes. Because I knew from what I'd seen, PPP didn't like Keemstar. So I fooled him into thinking that if I had Keemstar on my show, that it was going to be like an aggressive thing and I was going to destroy him or whatever. All right. So here he is. God bless you, fuck Keem. I honestly thought just a little bit after his apology, maybe something fun could happen with him, but he's truly a piece of shit. Right. And then we were talking about when Keem was on the drunk stream or whatever. So Here's an interesting one. All right. All I'm going to say about this one, because this is not one for me to fully talk about. All right. Because I'm not the only person involved in this one. All right. But basically, back in the fall, okay, an opportunity was presented to do content. All right. An interesting piece of content at that, that likely would have worked, likely would have actually gotten big attention, big support. All right. Now, it just so happened that this idea was presented when I was on my day off. So I didn't even know that it was going on because I was spending time with my family, etc. This is what happened behind the scenes that day. Before I even had a chance to do anything, I get a private message from PPP. Keem added you to a group chat without talking to me first, or without me talking to you first? Wait, why does he have to talk to you first? I don't get it, right? Why does that have to talk to you first? I'm the person involved. I'm the one who's getting an offer. Why does he have to? Are you my agent? Are you my dad? Like, why would that? I don't even understand that. He's like interjecting me into this. All right. So there you go. All right. So then, I'm not happy with how fast Keem tries to move things. The moment an idea is floated, but it can be big for everyone. Honestly, we should talk about this, but blah, blah, blah. You should stall. So again, I haven't really had a chance to even read anything or do anything. And PPP is telling me, don't do it. Delay till Monday. Let's talk more. Don't accept the opportunity because it's Keemstar. All right? Why? My opinion is because he wants control of the entire situation. He wants to control, he wants his own lolcow universe, right? So he wants to control me because I'm his talent, right? He doesn't want me to have an opportunity with Keemstar. He's afraid that Keemstar is going to snatch me away and have me involved in other content. And it's disingenuous that Keemstar would come to you for this idea instead of actually, talking to the casino first about it. Like the casino owns me or something. All right? Now, listen, you will see, because again, these logs are all going live after I end the show, that basically, in this case, all right, in this case, I did talk a lot of shit about Keemstar, all right? But I'm eating into what PPP is saying. I'm trying to make him feel like I'm his guy. I'm his confidant. I'm with you no matter what, all right? Remember, I'm not trying to get into overly drama content, right? I want to do some, but I don't want it to become my end-all, be-all, all right? So, in this case, he is completely cutting me off from doing that, from having any say or having any opportunity to do any kind of judgment for myself. He's just telling me how to behave. So I'm going along with it because, again, I don't want the sham to end. I don't want him to know that I really don't like him and that this is all me just working these people, all right? So, I did say some stuff, and you'll see it in the logs, okay? But this is me just going along with the conversation to get him to keep going. And eventually, the whole thing fell apart, and we didn't do anything with it. Okay. Let's see. Oh, here we go. I get it. Relax. I hate these fuckers. It turns into Keem making dictates and showing zero respect again. So here I am clapping back to agree with him. Oh, yeah, that's how it works. I'm not Wings and Boogie. I won't get pushed around. I don't want to cost you guys any money or views, but I don't see how it'll benefit me. Basically, I'm echoing what he's saying. He doesn't want to do it. He wants me to delay. So I'm just saying, all right, then I won't do it. But it's obvious. He's incredibly jealous of Keem. He wants what Keem has, but he doesn't want Keem trying to pull us into his stuff. He wants to do it for himself. All right? Okay. And then once again, many months later, another offer gets made. All right? And basically, this was one. I'll be honest, I probably may have done something. But this guy, again, oh, he has no idea how to approach you in your business. Holy fuck. It's brain dead over there. Again. So this is just going on. Anytime that there's something going on with Keemstar, PPP is so upset. He wants to be Keem, but he can't get anything that Keem has. All right. And if I tried to, there's an opportunity, maybe I could be involved with something that has something to do with Keemstar. Oh, no, you can't do that. Delay. Don't do it. Okay. Well, I guess we'll continue on with the embarrassment of PPP at this point. All right. Now, this one, guys, this one is going to be a good one. All right. To be honest, this is one that he has talked about as if it was some kind of a big positive for him. PPP has said, I offered Phil money to fly out to Florida to paid vacation for him and his wife, and he declined. What kind of a guy would decline, and why am I such a, how can you say I'm a bad guy when I offered him this? All right. Here's the truth of what actually happened in the situation. So recently, PPP has been saying, oh, fuck pro wrestling. Pro wrestling's for losers. Pro wrestling sucks. Pro wrestling's awful. Also, I was always the butt of the joke when it came to Hogan, because it was Phil's pulling Hogan's in WWE Champions, the mobile game, right? That was always the thing. Well, guess what? This guy is a much bigger mark for wrestling than I ever have been. This guy is a huge mark for Hogan. I mean, in the first episode or second episode of Smart Guys, he shows off that he bought all these collector's belts. He bought the Hogan belt. He bought a Bret Hart belt. He spent all this money on belts. So what the fuck is he talking about? He's the one who loves Hogan and sucks his balls, talks about him all the time. Like, he was a very small part of one episode of Raw, and he just kept bringing him up every fucking week. I was like, dude, why are you doing that? Why? No one cares about Hogan. He's not even part of the show, really, right? Well, it all came to fruition when this happened. Out of the blue. Hey, Phil, when was the last time you got to go on a vacation or a trip? I know this might be beyond your comfort zone, but Hulk Hogan has a bar in Tampa Bay called Hogan's Hangout. And for the Super Bowl this year, he's going to be at the bar with a bunch of other wrestler friends. I think I'm going to fly down for the event and rent a table. I want to offer you to pay for your flight and hotel if you want to come down for the weekend. We could drink and hang out, and you could film videos, and it would be a tax write-off. You know, I know it's crazy, but it's something fun that we could do. And maybe we could meet Hogan. Okay? Now, you might say, does that sound like a paid vacation for Phil and his family? No, because it's not. All right? I had been talking with these guys for months. All right? Night after night, behind the scenes, making them feel like I'm their friend, building up confidence. Particularly PPP was the one who I talked to the most. All right? And out of nowhere, we had never had any plans to ever do anything, in person. We never, oh, let's hang out or nothing. Never. It was, it's a business relationship. It's supposed to be work, right? All of a sudden, he takes it to the next level. All right? And I'm going to be honest with you guys. When I see something like this, I actually felt bad because it's two things. Number one, it definitely means that the trick worked. That even though these guys at a moment's notice are ready to snake me, no matter what, because everyone knew that from the start, right? Everyone knew they were going to turn on me no matter what. All right? We knew that. But number two, if he's offering me this, I don't know if this is an offer of, oh, we're friends and we want to go hang out. I'm going to be honest. I think this is a cry because he's very lonely. He doesn't really have anyone to spend time with, which is probably why he would chat with me at night so often, in the middle of the night. I mean, look at the time of these texts. It's the middle of the night. For me, this is the time that I'm getting ready to go to bed. For him, he's in the East Coast of Canada. What is this, like 5 a.m? And he's sending me these texts talking to me about this stuff? Like, what is this, right? So, obviously, I think this guy's very lonely. I don't think that this guy has any or many friends. I think he's burned all his bridges. I think Andy is his business partner when it comes to the casino. But this guy doesn't really have anyone to talk to about wrestling. He doesn't have anyone to talk to about anything. So, after having done this work with me for many months, and then all of a sudden, doing smart guys and seeing, hey, we both do have a affinity for pro wrestling. He reaches out to me in this way. Now, I'm going to be honest, I'm very embarrassed when I get this because number one, all right, I'm friendly with this man from a work perspective. I'm not necessarily considering this guy a close personal friend or anything. He probably thinks that way because I've been feeding him these lies for months and months about family members and shit to get out of stuff so I don't have to get wrapped into his drama shit that's awful by ideas that aren't going to work. Okay? So, basically, I'm like, damn, he definitely got, he's lonely. He's got full, I'll be honest, maybe a little bit of gay. I don't know. Again, that's not anything bad if he is gay. I don't know if he is or not. I really don't know his sexual affiliation. I'm not trying to say he's gay, but it's a little weird when someone who you've never spent any time with in real life all of a sudden is offering to fly you across the country, all expenses paid, to a bar in Florida to drink and see Hulk Hogan. I'm like, this is a little gay. Okay? Just being honest. Okay? Now, for those who don't know, I'm happily married. My best friend is my wife. I've said time and time again, if I'm going to spend more time with someone, it's going to be my wife. It's not going to be PPP spending time at Hogan's bar in Florida, brother. So I very respectfully declined and said, maybe if it were 10 years ago, this is something I would have been interested in, but I'm tied down and rooted in Washington, and I couldn't in good conscience go on a trip without my wife because I want to spend time with her. So what he says is, I would pay for her to come too, and we'll set up Jasper with a sitter. No pressure. I know it's a lot of, again, the health issues, with my wife that we had mentioned and stuff like that. And then he says, oh, I want to get you guys out of the house and something that the detractors can suck cock forever. That's not true. A moment ago, you just said you wanted to fly me down to spend time at the bar. Now, all of a sudden, it turns into, oh, well, now I want to fly you and her out because I want to get you out of the house to basically spite the detractors. That's not what it was. What happened is he got embarrassed because he saw that I declined and said, nah, dude, it's not like that. I don't like you like that. I got a wife, And he's like, oh, shit, let me spin it now that, oh, it was actually, his wife and his family. All right? Ridiculous. So anyway, again, I would put you up at the Hilton by the beach. And then he says, I feel bad for pressing you. And I say, it's all good, right? It's just so bizarre. So he basically 100% thought that everything that I ever told him was genuine when most of it was bullshit. Okay? And quite frankly, that was one of the most embarrassing moments because he actually thought that I was a close personal confidant of him when I really hadn't told him anything that was anything secret whatsoever. None of it was real. It was all bullshit. That's what I mean. All this week, every time that they're doing Kino Casino, they're like, here's something, a big revelation. Phil has a rabbit that died. Phil's wife was sick and she found religion. I'm like, it's every lie I've told him to get his confidence over the last 8 months, and he's spewing them out to the internet like there's some big deal. The truth is, even if they were true, that's still fucked up. That's supposed to be private, personal shit that you never would have to tell anyone, but yet you're doing it anyway, even if it were true. Now, it's not, but even if it were, man, that's fucked up. But the thing is, his audience is so dumb and stunted that they think that that's oh, he's saying he's spilling the tea. This is exciting. It's not. It's fucked. If you had said something to someone in confidence like that, would you think that they would go out and publicly say something about it later just because they broke off a business relationship with you? And by the way, we're definitely going to look at that, all right? Because I absolutely know that you guys want to see how it broke off and how it ended and how unhinged PPP became at the end, okay? Let's continue because we've got more. All right. You know what? We really haven't done anything with Andy. We haven't. So I feel like we should do a little bit. To be honest, I know Andy apparently doesn't like me, but I've barely talked with the guy, so I just don't know him that well. And I don't know if everything he's ever said is a sham or a ruse. I don't know if he just goes with everything that PPP tells him. All right. Very well, it could be that he just goes with every single thing that PPP tells him. He's a pushover. All right. I don't know. But, we're in a situation here where I barely ever spoke with the man. And so it's very odd to me that we had people saying stuff like he's your gaming soulmate and shit like that. But I mean, if anything, when I talk to him, he would be afraid of stuff. Like, for example, in this case, right after we had done like the first appearance, all of a sudden their clips channel put up a clip of me on the channel. And Andy was legit terrified that I was going to see that and think that they were snaking me already. And he didn't want this initial relationship to end. And he kind of reached out to me apologizing profusely for that. Oh, sorry, that was a mistake. Right. And then we were talking about gaming collabs. This is another thing. We keep talking about every once in a while games and gaming collabs and things like that, but they never happen. And again, I don't know if that was just a case where they thought that gaming collabs would not work on their channel. I think the Chain Together collab worked well. I think the only reason that the Black Ops Zombies collab that we did on Halloween didn't work so well is because that game doesn't really allow you to interact that well because you got to kill zillions of zombies. And also, I was drinking and we were all tired I was doing a marathon, so it's not going to work as well. If you did a different kind of game, there's tons of games out there that we could have done, but it was always, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We never did it. Instead, it was, can we do this drama, this piece of shit drama? And none of them ever worked. So that's why stuff fell apart. So when Andy's coke allegations resurfaced, 100%, I reached out to him to be nice to him again, just pushing forward the ruse that I'm their friend and I've got their back, as Review Tech said, simping for them, saying, don't worry, I've got your back. I got my own detractors, stuff like that. Okay. Then there was the pedo arc where apparently it was leaked that these guys had gone on a vacation to Vegas, and in that vacation to Vegas, the person who had financed the entire vacation was one of their followers, and he was a pedophile, and he had been outed. So now it's like, dude, you just took $100,000 from a pedophile to go to Vegas or whatever. And I didn't know anything about it, but all of a sudden, Andy starts hurriedly sending me all this stuff about this. See? Your detractors in RTU are trying to say I'm a pedo and snorts through video. Here's the deal. I'm at the end of RTU accusing me he watches the video and exposes it was all bullshit. Everyone's trying to sweep that. Mr. Medicare made an entire video explaining it's all, like, why would I care about this? He's hurriedly setting me to this like it's important, and I'm like, I don't care. But he's so terrified. You know what I'm saying? That this is going to actually, resurface. Let's see here. Where's the one? Oh, I forgot about this. All right. Here we go. So after he had brought up the coke allegations, all right, he says, I've been sober since November 10th, 2023 to bring up my past addictions to try and make you hate me. I said, I believe you. Even if you weren't sober, I'm reading it because I know my camera's blocking it. Even if you weren't sober, it would be none of my business regardless. Why would I care? They're stupid like my own detractors. And he says, yeah, exactly. If I wasn't and I ran a good show, wouldn't that be impressive if I was doing coke and putting on a good show? Wait, what? Did you hear what he just said? He just said, hey, if I am still doing coke, isn't that fine because I'm still putting on a good show? Oops. You probably shouldn't have said that. But, then, of course, he did say, I will be fair here. But I'm not, so thanks, man. But, I mean, that's pretty crazy that he just said that, oh, if I'm doing coke and I'm running a good show, it's fine anyway. Oh, but I'm not on coke, by the way. Anyway. So the last thing, I mean, there's tons here to go into, but I know I only have probably about an hour left that I want to really bother with this shit. So, basically, the one final thing that I'll say about Andy, all right? This, I don't understand. I'm completely confused. I have no idea what this is in relation to, but this one threw me for a loop to the point where I was shaking my head and scratching my head, all right? It's Valentine's Day, okay? It's literally the middle of the afternoon on Valentine's Day. Keep in mind, again, I don't talk to this guy a lot. The logs that I have with him are 100 kilobytes. The logs I have with PPP are over a megabyte, so it's 10 times more I talk to PPP than him, okay? Well, yo, why'd you unfollow me? I hope you're well anyways, dude. Keep well, brother. Huh? And I responded later on in the day when I just happened to open this. What, you mean here on X? I didn't unfollow you, Andy. I don't think I ever followed you here, laughing out loud. I do follow your Casino Clips channel to get caught up from time to time. I've been busy, but I don't watch your show. I've been, haven't watched it in ages. Oh, okay, based. Huh? He had time in the middle of Valentine's Day, out of nowhere in the afternoon, to message me and ask me why I unfollowed him on X when I never had followed him on X. Sure, bro. So, pretty weird. No, I don't know. We got PPP offering to fly me out to Florida to go to Hogan's Bar and have drinks with him. Kind of gay. Kind of weird. All we have is a business relationship. Why are you bringing this shit up? Why would you? It doesn't make sense. Then he tries to backtrack and cover it up. I say, oh, I'll fly your wife out there too. Like, no, we're not doing that. All right. And we got Worski coming out of here on Valentine's Day asking me why I've unfollowed him on X when I never followed him on X. Why is he checking to see who's following him on X? What prompted him to do this? I have no idea. It's very fucking weird. Okay? I don't know. All right. Continuing on, because there's still so much more. Just FYI, all right, I just want to bring this up and be very transparent about it, okay? The one thing that kept coming up over and over and over was Mr. Medicare, all right? Now, I don't know anything about Mr. Medicare, all right, at all. I don't know anything about Mr. Medicare. I don't know why they wanted me to do content with Mr. Medicare. But it was their idea from the get-go that I would actually be doing content with Medicare, that I should keep reaching out to Medicare, that he should be on the show, or I should do a show with him. Even if they can't do it, I should just do a show with him individually. And it was like, so the guy's sick, all right? From all reports, the guy's in freaking hospice care. All right? Why would he want to do content with me? So I don't know anything about him, right? And they're insisting you should keep trying. Don't give up. Wait a few months. Try again. This will be the biggest thing ever. And the only thing that I can read out of all of this is that these guys, or at least PPP, all right, idolize Medicare so much. Like he's their daddy. He's their idol. They really wish that they could be Medicare. Like, they really wish they could be Keemstar, but they don't like Keemstar. They don't like the way he operates. They don't like Lolcow Live. They wish they could have their own Lolcow universe. But when it comes to Medicare, he is their absolute end-all, be-all guy, right? 100%. They love this fucking guy. They want him to be with them in their content. They want him to praise them. And it's just absolute craziness the amount of times that they would keep bringing him up. Medicare's back. He's available to do stuff. He's streaming on Halloween. Again, I'm not bringing it up. They are. And I keep seeing they. It's actually Ashton, PPP, who keeps bringing up Medicare constantly. All right? Seems he's avoiding engaging in a way. Maybe he's saying this. He did a Halloween show. Maybe it's all our involvement that's holding it up. So maybe try to do it directly. Again, you should try to do stuff directly, right? Say he should give a Christmas gift to the internet by coming on the Level 1 podcast next Tuesday. So yeah, no lie. Every single time that I had anything to do with Medicare, I brought him up, I reacted to his documentary, all this shit was because PPP told me to or was egging me on and said, this will become great content, you need to do it. In reality, I don't care about Mr. Medicare at all. I have no ill will towards him, but I also don't like him. I just kind of neutral, don't give a shit. All right, so whatever. Let him be, right? Let him be. But they kept bringing him, I say they, PPP kept bringing him up constantly. The only way to get to talk to Medicare is public appeals. His DMs are closed. If you offer a specific date, week or two from now, it might put on enough public pressure. I think he wants control over the situation. This is a big dream crossover. I would like it to happen. So again, he's got me reaching out, saying Medicare's name, bothering Medicare constantly to try to do this content, and I don't care. I don't want anything to do with this, but I'm doing it because, again, I'm trying to stay in their good graces, make them feel like I'm their friend. All right. And I feel bad. I legit feel bad that, sadly, Medicare might have actually gotten bothered by this if he really is sick, you know, and he's having all these issues. All right. So I just don't want anything to do. You know what I'm saying? I don't. Okay. All right. So we went through all of that. We're almost done. Basically, what I think I want to do to end, all right, is to explain how it finally fell apart and all of that. Okay. So, oh, by the way, FYI, should I give you guys the links now? Or, you know what? No, I'll do my final segment and then I'll give you guys the links and then you can feel free to go through all of this. No, guys, I know people are saying Bregon, Ethan, Ralph. I'm almost done with this. All right. I'm going to be basically going for like another half an hour. I just want to explain the end of this and why I ended it. And I want to show you how PPP has behaved since, because he's become completely unhinged, which is why he's doing what he's doing and why I'm doing this. Okay. So this is it. This will be the end, right? Like this last segment. And then I'm going to give you guys the links and you can feel free to go through them yourself and you can enjoy, because again, this is all something that I had orchestrated since the beginning, and they bought it hook, line, and sinker. All right. Which, by the way, you guys don't even realize something, but I'm going to bring it up in a second. All right. Which is actually the culmination of all of it that just happened to happen today. Okay. So, lastly, why did it all fall apart? All right. Why did this all start happening? Okay. So, basically, after I did that show with Steve Cambian, all right? And the fact that this show was meant to set me up. It's obvious. Up to then, these guys had kind of been transparent about everything, and I kind of felt like here's the deal. If you really look over the whole history of what I did with these guys, the initial meeting where I did the first show with them, the react to the Review Tech USA documentary, right? And, of course, me going and doing that Josh Moon interview, I would say we're all gold, and that was a month of good stuff, right? That was amazing. But after that, literally everything these guys came up with canceled because they have no fucking clout. Mudahar cancels and ghosts them and doesn't talk to them anymore. It's a Gundam, which they claim is going to be the slam fucking dunk of content. Cancels, won't do it, bitches out, and then they destroy him behind the scenes, calling him a pussy, saying that he, big talker, but he won't do any content. He'll only do content when it's shooting fish in a barrel. He'll never do an honest show with anyone, okay? Medicare, Medicare will be the best, the big one, the big win. Can't get him, can't get him, can't get him. All right, you try by yourself. That doesn't work. So every idea they're coming up with, awful, 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 none of them work. The few little pieces of content that we're trying to do, for example, when we did the Zombies co-op, it doesn't explode or do much, right? So what am I left to do? Actually, to be honest, at the beginning of this year, I was probably going to cut off contact with them at that point because I didn't feel like I was getting anything out of it anymore. But I was trying to figure out the way out. Or I wanted to do it in a way that made sense. And basically, we were starting up Smart Guys, and I was like, you know what? Let's figure this out together. Let's do Smart Guys and see how it goes. And if the show does well, all right, then we'll keep going for a while and I'll play it by ear. But if the show tanks and doesn't do well, then instead I'll cut off with these guys and we'll be done. All right. So this long con started off great. I get a giant surge of views and support and it dies out within just a few months. And I'm like, these guys, I thought that they were big shit. They're not. These guys are pretenders. They get hyped because they shit on others, but they don't actually have the clout or connections to really make the content that they think they do. They want to be Keemstar, but they're not. They hate Keemstar because they can't be Keemstar. All right? It's just ridiculous. So maybe I did get into bed with the wrong snakes. Here, I thought I was the king snake and I was going to eat them up, but these guys aren't doing anything for me at this point. Like nothing's working anymore, right? So what the hell? What a waste of time. Okay? So, after the Steve interview, when essentially That went so poorly, and it went poorly for everyone. Steve looked like an asshole because he kept yelling over me. It wasn't a good interview. Nothing new was actually revealed during the interview at all. It was just the same detractor shit, and all that happened is the detractors threw money over at Steve, all right? Which is exactly what happened with Sidescroller. It's the same as the Sidescroller shtick, so there's nothing surprising here. It's just exactly what we all expected, correct? Okay. So all of a sudden, I start noticing that PPP is now starting to insult me and saying like snide remarks and comments. Now, he'd been doing it all along on his show, but it seems like it's starting to escalate. All right? It is. It starts like it's starting to escalate badly. Like on the show, the grill fill segments, which used to be like 20 minutes, are now becoming an hour. And it's not even interesting. It's not even paying off. The grill fill, which is, again, this is Ashton's idea. Let's grill Phil on Smart Guys for a whole hour. It's not getting us views. It's not getting us support. It's not getting us anything. All it's doing is wasting all of our time and killing our momentum because in reality, people are coming to Smart Guys to watch wrestling commentary, not see me get grilled. He thinks they are, but they never did. They never came there and supported because of that at all. Okay? So, this is basically where things start to fall apart, all right? And basically, and again, you're going to see when you read through the logs, which all of you will, me saying things, about my family members and stuff. He wants, we're talking about flying places. I say I can't fly because I don't have a real ID. My mom is sick and all this stuff. Again, it's the same shtick, the same spiel, just trying to continue on to get out of doing the shit I don't want to do because it's dumb shit that he keeps bringing up, okay? So basically I said to PPP, all right, are you snaking me on Tuesday with Steve and you got your dates wrong? There's tons of people in my chat saying Steve will come on the casino on Tuesday, but that's when we do Smart Guys, so I have no idea what's going on. In my opinion, I'd be hurt if this were the case, but not surprised. And again, you guys have done so much for me. I move on and ignore it all, but it would be nice to know if we're actually doing our show. So even thinking that after the Steve show, which was a snaking, that PPP might snake me again, all right? PPP says, no, he's screaming, right? From the beginning, we presented you as a big deal. You're a legend from the past. I'll give you a massive audience in a new way. Helped you make thousands shitting on RTU. You're able to get a whole brand new setup. You became too stuck in your ways when it came to being partisan in politics and not wanting to do drama and wanted to do it your way still, and you never grabbed that brass ring. You let oppression slip with bad performances on the casino and doing the same old content on your show. It wasn't appealing to a broader audience. I went for fun because I like you decided to take a day out of my week to do wrestling with you, and several times let you keep the penny. But that's a few times he did let me keep all the money on the show, and I always told you guys that too. I can lead you to water, but I can't make you drink. You said you would have been okay with Steve doing a pressing interview like this, and you would have agreed to it, but your reaction today has proved anything but. It's false. My reaction was, you should have told me exactly what Steve was going to talk about, and that it was going to be a detractor interview, because then we could have made it good. Because you didn't. It sucked. It didn't benefit me. All he's going to do is get detractor dollars, and this is lame. We could have done more with it if you were transparent with me, but you snaked me on it. Why weren't you transparent? Okay? So he's still going. I would like you for your content to be interesting, for people to watch it. Ultimately, your content to sit in a slowly dwindling audience. And you're praying to God for a new whale to fall from the sky. All right? So, now because you did a favor for the other guy on my team that doesn't impact you in any real way other than you provide your spiral and lash out. That's disappointing. Go ahead, be a victim and make us out to be whatever you want. But I did try. And then I apologized and said, all right, I don't think you're going to snake me. Okay? And then he didn't. All right? But the truth is, let me find it now. I already told you, the idea was that he wanted to build up Steve as some kind of a supervillain character, that we were going to play games and go back and forth and insulting each other. Super boring. Who the hell was going to care and who was going to believe that? No one. No one was going to believe that. That was so unbelievably dumb. Like he was going to be like evil Neo. And I was supposed to be the hero facing off against evil Neo, but all the detractors throw him money because he's felting me on his show or whatever. It's awful. All right? It really is. It's like grade school level shit. It's something you would see on Nickelodeon. It's not something that you would expect for content on the internet that's going to be popular. Everyone would have cringed. So at this point, I'm like, dude, I gotta find a way to get out of here. Really, like I have to get out of this situation at this point. Okay? So I said, so here we go. Opinions on the last Smart Guys are split. Of course, it's doing incredibly well. Once we find the proper balance, it'll work. But we need to shorten the show. I need to know the topics of Grill Phil earlier so I can prepare, and the show will go better. And here we go. You laughing at the joke of my wife looking like Piper Niven was not cool, even if it wasn't intentional. I'm not trying to cause problems, but next time I'm going to say something and it's going to be uncomfortable. I have more than enough shit going on, and you know that. All right? So I do confront him about him saying shit about my wife, because this was actually the first time he had ever done it in front of my face. Up to now, the only time he had ever said something about my wife, okay, was actually on his content. So I wasn't even aware. People would send me clips. People would say, are you aware he's insulting you here, there, left, and right? And I'd be like, no. But then again, I'm not really paying attention. I'm not watching the casino every day. I have no intention of watching the casino every day. I don't want to be involved in that, right? But then he's sneak dissing me and my wife there, and then he's doing it on Smart Guys, right? So he says, let's take it back to the basics of wrestling. Okay? This is the rabbit conversation, which you guys are going to find, which is all bullshit. I needed to delay Smart Guys. I didn't want to do it that night, so I just made something up, but he believes it because he's, gullible. Now, here we go. This is last week, and this is when the crap all hit the fan. All right? FYI, trolls went crazy hard on my stream today, bombarding me with messages saying that you called me a lazy POS on a casino last night. You called my wife fat and more. I ignored it, but that's apparently their narrative now. Then he says, oh, I'm sorry. I was doing that routine. I honestly think you should take a few days to recuperate and have some stiff drinks and watch shows with your wife. Everyone can see you're having a great, tough time right now. I feel badly to be affecting you in any way. I'm going to lay off with the smart ass stuff. Try to rest up. Things will get better. I'm worried about you, so take care of yourself. Have some weed. And I'm only partly kidding. All right? And I said it right here. I accept your answer, but I told you I had issue with you making fun of Kat on Smart Guys, so why are you doing this on your show? I'm trying to understand it. I have both friend and foe alike now telling me to sever ties with you because you're not my friend and you're using me. And what does he say? It makes sense if I find something funny to say, I'm going to say it. I find what is taboo, boundary pushing to be funny and shocking in a way. All right? So I feel bad that, you're going through any hard times. I like to push buttons anyway. I went too far this week. I wasn't treating you like a person, more like content, and I'm very sorry for that. So again, he's apologizing. But what's the point of apologizing if you do it anyway? When you're apologizing for something, but then you're doing it anyway, it doesn't matter. You've already done it again and again. Your apology is invalid if you keep doing the bad thing. So at this point, I know that his apologies don't mean anything either. So what does he say? I want to make it clear, if you do want to cut ties, I completely understand, and I think that you'll do well no matter what. It was at that moment that I decided I'm going to cut ties with this guy. All right? He's apologizing, saying he's sorry for what he did, but basically he cannot control himself. Okay? So you can cut ties and we're all good. All right? So I said, that's pretty much what I thought you were going to say. I have thick skin. I get it. Now people are 100% thinking that you're using me. I don't know what we're going to do moving forward, basically. We need boundaries, And he says, I happen to like that there's different ways to interpret what's going on, and there's not very straightforward. I think people get invested. I see that you're crashing out. Now, this was the next day's podcast. This was the podcast I did last week where I said I have 3 options. Option 1 is being a sellout. Option 2 is being a massive drama queen villain for the internet like PPP wants me to be. Or number 3 is to go the third route and go straight down the middle. All right? He thinks that's crashing out because I don't want to do path 2. Little does he know that all along, this whole thing has been a setup. I've lied to him for 8 straight months about all this shit. I'm only going along for the ride because essentially I wanted to get more views and money and give myself a boost. I don't really like him. I think he's kind of disturbing. Yeah, he doesn't get it. So, yeah, anyway, he thinks I'm crashing out. So I said, crashing out means I want my wife to be treated with respect. There's no way I could justify or defend your insulting cat for no reason, even if it's getting a rise out of your audience, right? You've apologized to me for it, so either you know it's wrong or you've been disingenuous, right? I advise taking some time off. You're kind of seething and lashing out in all directions. You'll just never understand that you don't have to respond to everything and see. I said, I don't even know what you're talking about. All right. Then I looked at his Twitter, and this was on his Twitter. It's a fact. I'm not sure why there's so much hostility surrounding observing reality. So basically saying it's okay to insult your wife. It's just okay to insult your wife. Okay? It's fine. I can just do whatever I want. I can just insult your wife as much as I want. All right? Okay? So I said, here's the thing. Way back, a month before, when I had done the podcast or the show, the interview with Steve, I was told both by PPP and Steve, because you did that and you took a giant beating, and now Steve took all this money from your dumb detractors who are so stupid that they throw money at Steve, okay? We're now going to say we owe you a favor. So whatever you need moving forward, you need that favor. You'll find that in the logs, okay? Because I'm going to put them out there. You're going to see it, all right? Well, here we are, and I say, you know what you could have done? You could have just said that you owed me a favor, all right? That's all you had to say. And that because of that, you're not going to insult Kat anymore because you owe me a big favor, right? And I said, right here, I hope it's not here. People in my kick chat are saying you've insulted Kat again. This was the last Wednesday, so their second show of the week. I really hope that's not true. I'm going to go to sleep. I feel like shit after this week of stuff. I'm sure I'll be bombarded with clips in the morning if this is true. I wake up in the morning, and here's what I have. I owe you nothing, you fucking F-word. And it'll be a cold day in hell before I'm scared of you. Why don't you bring me on tonight and see how it goes? You really wanted to flex nuts. I'm so sick of your shit. You threw everything I did in my face yesterday with the third path lazy bullshit. You have no gratitude for anything. The whole big dog routine, and you're thinking you're going to break me and run the yard? I will fucking show you whose yard it is. You escalated this, and I want a scorched earth drama campaign. I can give you that in spades. Okay? I have no idea what he's talking about. Literally, I did one podcast where I talked about I have 3 paths. And the next podcast, I said, if this guy insults my wife again, I'm breaking ties and I'm not making content with him anymore because I don't have to continue to do smart guys if this guy's going to insult my wife. I said it's all right if he goes ahead and insults me, but he's not allowed to insult my wife. That's all I said. All of a sudden, I'm the big dog who's thinking he's going to break him and run the yard. What is he talking about? So I said, there's no drama. If you scorch the earth, you're just doing it to make yourself feel better. You're talking to yourself because you have nothing. I have nothing to say in response. As you said before, it's all the same shit over and over. The same detractor shit is all they're going to say. Okay? I have nothing else to say. On my end, it's done. This is 100% your doing, not mine. All you had to do was be reasonable and have respect, but you couldn't do it. I think that's sad. Smart Guys was great. What we did together was great, but you can't control yourself. All right? And this is it. This is where I was going to cut it off. This was literally going to be the last time I ever had any interaction with them. I was just going to go on and do absolutely nothing to do with them whatsoever. I wasn't going to snake them publicly. I wasn't going to do this show today at all. The whole idea of this show was that I have to respond because these guys are literally just going to keep doing stuff no matter what. So I have to at least do something. And if anything, if the one thing is that I drop the logs, so therefore they can't make shit up and spin the logs in a way that they're not, or say, hey, look, here's an edited log to protect us, but here's the part that makes Phil look bad or whatever. So right now I'm about to dump them so you guys can read them in their entirety, all right, unedited. You can see them, all right? But here's his responses. His completely unhinged, insane, over the top, crazy responses. Get a fucking grip, Phil. This isn't about your wife or my comments. It's about you being a stubborn, lazy, stuck in your ways. Word I can't say. Who doesn't like getting confronted about your bullshit? You cry victim and throw pity parties to get out of being held accountable, even making the slightest effort out of your own comfort zone to do anything else because you're using this shit to try and have an out, and you can pretend that you're everyone else, blah, 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 blah. And he keeps going. You have no respect. You flush every opportunity. You show me in my efforts zero respect. You're trying to extend my respect to you. You know my tweets are right. By the way, why don't you respond to them? You're a coward. You have been your entire life. You can hide in your hug box, but one day there won't be anyone. He's talking to himself. I'm not reading it. I'm not paying any attention. This is like your ex-girlfriend says it's okay to break up with her if you're not okay with her abusing you. And you're like, all right, I break up with you. And then she freaks out and goes crazy and is stalking you and is going to all your friends and relatives and the public talking shit about you and saying awful things. I'm going to reveal this personal thing about you and this personal thing. How dare you break up with me? How could you break up with me? You can't break up with me. I break up with you and I'm not done with you yet. So how could you? That's exactly what it is. So now it makes sense. Him offering to fly me to Florida and then acting like this when I said, I just don't want to do any more content with you, okay? And he gave me permission to break it off. Just a few logs ago, he said, I understand if this is your decision that you don't want to do content with me anymore, go ahead. So I said, okay, I made my decision. How dare you? How could you break up with me? I can't believe it. Oh, and he's still going. Look, he's still going. We're not done yet. You know my tweets are right. I didn't read his tweets. I'm not sitting on his Twitter reading his tweets. I don't give a fuck what he tweets, right? He's still going. Here's what I'll say to you in the end, because this is later. This is days later. I don't want to have to do what I'm doing, because this is after the first show on Friday where he had talked shit and exposed secrets about my life. It doesn't feel good to dump all this on you, but you've endlessly escalated the situation. When did I endlessly escalate the situation? All I did was say, you're insulting my wife. I don't want to do combat with or content with you anymore. We're done. That was it. You've been incredibly petty and disrespectful. Never happened. I genuinely want you to apologize for wasting my efforts and let everyone know that it's the case. So let me get this straight. And he says, if you do that, I will drop the entire thing and move on. This is the guy who literally apologized for insulting me and my wife, but then did it again anyway. I called him out on it, and he said, I can't really control myself, but I understand if you don't want to do content anymore. It's okay. I tell him I don't want to do content anymore. And now he says, I need to publicly apologize for wasting his efforts. You told me to break it off if I wasn't okay with the insults. Why now do I have to publicly apologize? For what? Are you insane? It really is like an obsessed girlfriend. It's insanity. I don't know why he sent me this. Because he knows I'm not going to do a public apology when I didn't do anything wrong. Okay? And then we're not even done. He does it again. Listen, there's still an opportunity to end things in an amicable fashion. Don't allow pride to stop you from making the decision that's best for you. And then for the record, he texted me again Monday and says, there's no need for you to ever contact me ever again. You made your decision and it's shameful. That was his last actual text that he ever sent me, right? So, I mean, just think about how insane this is. The last thing I said to him was, there's no drama. You're just going to do the same shit everyone else does, all my detractors. I don't care, right? I'm going to ignore you and move on with my life. He sends me an insane amount of crazy, insulting messages, calling me the F word, demanding that I have to apologize when I didn't do anything, right? I actually did what he asked me to do, break it off if I'm not okay with the abuse. But the best part about all of it is, folks, I was never going to stay with him as a friend, as a co-worker, regardless. It was only temporary until eventually I feel like we were going to actually, do something great. And if it wasn't nothing great, then we're done. All right. That was the whole plan. I was never actually friends with PPP or Andy at all. For me, it was always a business relationship, but I had to perpetuate the lie because these guys have such a bad reputation. They have so much bad stuff going on for them on the internet that if I don't go to bat for them, then people will be like, what are you doing? Why are you associating with this bad guy, this doing this and that? I had to give them all these lies to keep them going so they would stop. All right. They would stop doing the bullshit with, oh, maybe they would think that I wasn't being truthful or I was actually fucking with them, unless what you got to do is you have to give a little, just a little truth and then a big lie attached to it, and then they buy it hook, line, and sinker, right? Was my wife sick last year? She was for a little bit. She's not anymore. None of that's going on. But you attach that little bit of truth, and then they'll believe you. So I cased these guys 100%, okay? Seriously, 100%. This was my doing. I sought them out. I messaged them. I'm the one who had the idea for the Review Tech React and made it happen, not them. And then after that, it was continuous failure after failure on their behalf. They couldn't get Mudahar. They couldn't get It's a Gundam. They couldn't get Medicare. They couldn't do anything. It was just, oh, appear on our show and talk shit about Ralph. Who fucking cares about talking shit about Ralph? No one. It's boring. Do something that's particular that will make sense, that you're finally involving me. Not this boring shit. They're not creative. They couldn't come up with ideas that would work. And then they would blame me. Dude, I'm the person who I am. Now, the only way that they could make stuff work is if I changed who I was. If I completely and utterly became the internet drama guy. All right? And I don't want to do that. I don't want to be the internet drama guy. I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to change who I am. I want to play games. I want to hang out with my audience. But I realize that I'm already in this with these guys. And I got to find a way out. So I bide my time. I wait. We're doing smart guys. I'm going to find a way out eventually, and they don't have anything on me. Literally, they have a bunch of fucking lies that I fed them for 8 months. Big deal if they throw it out on the internet. All it does is make them look like shit for sharing my private stuff, which isn't even fucking true. So who cares? Right? So you saw what happened at the end there. That's PPP. He's unhinged. He's obsessed with me. He's in love with me. He thinks that I'm his fucking boyfriend or girlfriend. He's treating me like I jolted him at the altar, even though he said it was okay to break it off if I don't want to be disrespected. He's freaking out. He's sending crazy texts to me, threatening me. He wants a public apology. He's insane. He's nuts. He's lonely as fuck. He has no friends, no one who will spend time with him, no one who will do wrestling with him. He wants me to fly to Hogan's bar to have some drinks. That's pretty fucking gay. Okay? So, it's all done right now. I'm not having any more association with these guys, all right? And one final thing, because Moon Knight did say, what took you so long? If this was going down last week, why didn't you publicly talk about it last week? Because I had, number one, I wanted to see if they were really going to escalate it and do shit, and I didn't know they were going to do that until Friday when they did it on the show. And I was like, maybe they'll do one show. Oh, no, they're going to continue this. So for those who don't know, to export your content from X, these logs, takes over 24 hours to actually get the logs exported, all right? It takes over 24 hours. You have to put in the request, then they send you the files and shit. It takes forever, all right? You have to wait for it to show up. Then when it shows up, guess what happens? It's just a browser link, and you can only open it in a browser, so you have no evidence. I wouldn't be able to show you the evidence. So I then had to find a way to convert all of the files over to PDF files. Funny that they're PDF files with these guys. So that I could actually publicly put those on the internet. All right? So now is the time, ladies and gentlemen. All right? Here you go. The 2 files. You can watch them or read them for yourselves. All right? This one is the PPP. Oh, I'm not on the right screen. Well, that's a genius level fuck up right there. This is the PPP file. You can see all of the text between him and me right there, transparent. I have nothing to hide. I've told you all the shit that I told him that was private was half truths or no truths, complete bullshit. All right. And here are the Warski conversations right there. You can check those out. They are publicly available for you to check out right now. They are not edited. They are 100% unedited. You can read them in their entirety. No problem. All right. To show that I'm not hiding anything. I have nothing to hide here at all. All right. And to end in the culmination of all of this, all right, I have one final thing to say. Ladies and gentlemen, as of this morning, I'm a verified member over on Kick. It took a long time, but I finally got verified. So now I get all the benefits of being a verified streamer on Kick. So it all comes full circle. All right, it does. It all comes full circle. Where these guys, their first intention was 100% to use me. All they ever wanted to do was milk me for content, and I knew that. I cased them going in. I saw their stream. I saw PPP ringing the fucking dinner bell. I saw Warski playing the fucking air flute kazoo, acting like they were mentally challenged, basically being the Pied Pipers to those who for some reason like this really fucking bizarre content of screeching at the top of your lungs or talking with a lisp. I just don't understand it. I don't like it. I outright said many times I couldn't really watch their content because if I did, it actually bothered me. Like I get a headache and like I couldn't stand it. I didn't want to be a part of their content, but I saw this was my opportunity to get in with someone who had some popularity on the internet and finally for once set myself up to get some positive attention. Isn't it funny that when I did, everyone seemed to realize that I'm not as bad as everyone said? Isn't it funny that once finally the actual truthful light was shed on me, everyone's like, he ain't that bad. His content's pretty good. He's a chill guy. This is pretty fun, right? And I'm happy. I'm happy where I am doing what I'm doing. I'm happy doing non-drama content, doing gameplay, chill podcasts with my audience, having fun every day, doing different stuff. Smart guys doing it solo is working right now. All of that, okay? I love it. I'm not going to change because these guys think they did me a solid by doing the idea I fucking came up with and made possible that made us money, right? Then they couldn't do anything else for me after the fact because all their ideas were awful. They had no clout to make anything happen. Then they're upset that I won't completely change who I am as a person and a creator to personally benefit them. And then at the end, when they say it's okay to leave, and I try to leave, it's like a jilted lover. It's like, oh my God, how dare you break up? Now you're an F, you're this, we're gonna do tons of content, we're gonna do this. It's like, you're out of your minds. You're fucking insane losers. They always were. I knew that from the fucking start. This is them. This is fucking them. Is this what you want to aspire to be someday? Yeah, they might have a lot of money because idiots throw them money every fucking day. Is this what you want to look like? Is this your idol? Is this who you aspire to be? These two guys right here? This could have been me standing next to fucking Ashton at the Hogan bar if I went. Why do you think I didn't want to go? This is not my future, all right? These guys might have all the money in the world, but good fucking God, I don't want to be like them. I am me. I am happy. I'm happily married. I have a great audience that I love, all right? I am never, ever going to waste time on this kind of shit. No one's going to tell me what to do. No one's going to tell me to change. No one's going to hold me over the coals. These guys have absolutely fucking nothing on me at all. Zero. All the shit that they think they have is fake. It's bullshit. It's half-truths. It's no truths. They got fucked. Ladies and gentlemen, I king snaked the fucking casino. They came into my parlor. They fell for the fucking trap. And I ate them the fuck up for breakfast. I reaped the rewards. And now they're going to come out and be like, we got all this shit. You don't have shit. You have nothing. Zero on me. Now, in the months ahead, you know that these guys are going to pretend like they do. They're going to be like, we got you. They don't have nothing. All right? What you've seen in those logs that I just put out there are the only interaction I ever had with those fucking guys. Period. They have nothing. All right? If they come out and be like, well, we got this flaming gun, we got this smoking piece of evidence. No, they don't. Because if there was evidence out there of anything that they were probably going to make up, June the King would have had it in his documentary, and my detractors would have already had it. There is nothing else out there. All right? There's no secrets of the past. I abused women and I did this and that. None of it exists. Unlike all these other creators where all this shit constantly gets publicly exposed over the years, I don't have skeletons in the closet. My skeletons have been exposed over the years over and over and over. So these fucking guys can talk about me as much as they want. I can't stop them. Okay? But I can be past that. All right? So I'm done with it. I'm past it. I have nothing to do with them. I am now washing my hands of them. All right? The king snaked the casino. I got what I wanted. I got the temporary boost. It helped me. I got verified on Kick. All right? They can go crazy just proving how awful people they are because that's what was happening to begin with. They were awful people. They always intended to be awful to me. They always were going to snake me. That was always the plan, is that in the end, they were going to turn on me. Why do you think they always had the little snide remark here, the joke here, the over-the-top glazing? That's what it was. No one got fooled except them because they actually thought that I was buying into that shit when I never was. So that's that. Now, let it be known, all right? I want nothing to do with any of these drama motherfuckers at all. I just want to be left the fuck alone, all right? That's it. So next time that you have an idea in your head that you're going to try to get me, we're going to team up and snake and think twice. Because I'm the fucking king of fucking snakes. You get it? You think that the king moniker is a joke? Well, it is. But at the same time, man, it's kind of funny how I can own it, use it, and then I get those fuckers. You're not going to be able to snake me because I'm never going to give you enough to snake. You'd have to be a moron, all right? So I'm done with this shit, 100%. And that's where I'm going to leave it, all right? Sad Review Tech couldn't be here because I actually wanted to do a whole big shtick where we were taking the chips away from the casino, and then eventually I was gonna like maybe at the end, if he went along with it, I was gonna maybe say, hey, we're cool and give him his chip back. But he wanted to talk about my microphone. He thought that that was funny. You want to talk about ruining an event, right? Like, holy shit, how can you ruin an event any possibly worse than that? So, that is it for the Level 666 podcast of how DSP robbed Kino Casino. I'm now done with this shit. I'm not going to speak on it again. Again, if you hear any nonsense from those guys saying anything about me, they have nothing additional. I already gave you anything that they had on me. Anything else they say is completely fabricated and made up. There are nothing else out there. It's all bullshit. I'm moving on with my life. I got rid of the toxic girlfriend who was treating me bad. And I don't care how many times she texts and calls and tells the relatives and friends and everyone on the internet that, I'm a bad person because of this and this, or here's his personal business. It's not going to affect me. All right? I'm going to move forward like always, making content, having fun with my audience. I'm sorry that we even had to do this today because, again, I was just looking to leave and walk away. But instead, I had to do this because they escalated it and got it to the point where it was. So now they have nothing to work with. It's all burned. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you liked the show. It's time to move on and get back to business. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you in the future. Bye-bye. Am I not muted now? Okay. So guys, thank you for watching. Sorry about the drama. I didn't want to have to do that, but I had to do it. All right. What we're going to do now is we're going to do a decompression, like I said I would, but my wife is due home any moment from work, and I'm going to take a break when she arrives home. So likely what I'm going to do is now I'm going to try to reset up the stream to be a normal stream. Okay. Let's see, because I turned everything off. Oh, let's see. That's correct. That's good. So I think this screen is all working now. Hold on, because I want to set up all the screens to actually be working. I need to get my uh box that fell there. I hit it with the freaking I hit it with the case. It's such a shame that Review Tech is such a dunce that he didn't want to buy in and do something fun. I mean, he really is the ultimate stick in the mud. I mean, he literally can't do anything fun at all. The whole point was, all right, if we did this and it worked out, maybe I would have had him on again and we could have done like a show together. That would have been fun and interesting. You know, if he wanted to razz me and I could go back at him, we could give each other shit. But that wasn't the point of today's show. I think he came in with this notion of what it was going to be, and it never was going to be that. So now he's like, oh, well, let me just start rattling off dumb questions about his microphone. What was he talking about? A fucking SSD card or something? I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Is he insane? Is he that stupid? Like, why is he bringing this stuff up? Of all the times you're on my show, we have over 1,000 viewers, right? Things are exciting. Let's do something fun together. No, says Review Tech. Let me be the most boring schlub as possible. I mean, unreal. And he was late as well. That's correct, too. He was literally late as well. So it's just like on top of everything, he fucked that up, too. Ah, look at this. The camera's wrong. Let me fix this. There we go. I'm trying to fix everything now. Ah, see, the capture device malfunctioned. I knew that happened because it fell. So I got to unplug and replug that to get that to work again. Whoa, what happened to, oh, there we go. Okay. Well, we're probably just going to do this screen regardless. What a shame. Anyway, I gave the links out. All you got to do is rewind the stream. I gave the links out. They were right on the screen in the browser. All you got to do is go to those links, okay? No, guys, you have to understand. People are like, why didn't you bring Ralph on? Yeah, that would have been cool, but the setup, I don't have the setup set up to do it. To bring someone up on Discord like that, you have to have it all set up. And I had it set up for Rich, and then I closed it all. I would have had to, like, open it fresh and start. It would have been a text stream. Do you want a fucking text stream? Of course not. And I had a lot to go. I wanted to finish by 2. You want the links again? You didn't get them? All right, hold on. I have to fix. Wait, is it on the screen here? Hold on. No. Oh, there's one. I think that's just the Warski, though, right? That right there. Do you see it? Right there in the browser. That's the Warski one. Hold on. How did no one get it? I got to fix my capture device because it turned off. Jasper turned off. Jasper, why'd you hit the capture device and turn? Why'd you do that? All right. See if I can get it to work now. Sorry. Okay. All right. So now let me see if I can get it to re-add. There we go. Okay. So if you want the links, all right, this is the Warski link right there. Okay. And that's the PPP link. And that's completely unedited, exported from X, every message. All right. Again, the private shit in there is not true for me. Some of it is half truths, but a lot of it is completely falsified to protect myself and to fool these guys, because I knew that if I gave them anything real, that they were just going to try to use it against me, which is exactly what they did, right? The moment that I said, I'm out because you guys are toxic and insulting and being disrespectful, I don't want to have anything to do with you. What's the first thing they did? They fucking went crazy and started exposing all this dumb shit. Okay? So there you go. And it's funny because people are like, well, what's completely falsified? That's none of your fucking business. That's the point, isn't it? The point is that as a public person on the internet, I choose what I share with the internet. All right? You are not entitled to know everything about me or my life simply because I am on the internet. It's that simple, right? There's nothing to do, you are not entitled to any information. You don't need to know what's real and what's not. What you need to know is what's going on a stream. If you like the content, if you do, support it. That's it. That's where it ends. Seriously. Nothing else needs to be said or done. All right? Fair enough? Okay. What link is that? Who was able to put the link up for me? Someone put up one of the links. There's 2 links, but someone put up the one. I'm assuming that was one of the moderators. All right. No, and you see, that's the thing, too. People are like, man, what you should have done is you should have just saved them, and you should have fucking had people pay for them. No. All right? No. We're not going to do that. There we go. Thank you to the moderator who posted those. Those are the files if you want them. All right? They're public, like I said. Believe what you want. Don't believe what you want. But there's your clear-cut evidence of these guys being fucking weird and trying to control me and be fucked up. There you go. Okay. Hold on. Well, let's see. This. And to my actual positive viewers, I'm very sorry for all of this. Really, I am. I'm sorry for all of it. All right. I know that after what we went through with the side-scroller shit, right? That this is, stupid shit. But the thing was, these idiots were going to keep dragging us through the mud endlessly until something was done. All right. So now at least this bullshit is over. And we could just move on and do, like I said, do my own content as I've always wanted to do. And people can try to stop involving me in their fucking nonsense. Their constant bullshit. I'm so tired of it. Stop involving me in your crap. I want nothing to do with you. Okay? All right. So, let's see here. So, my wife's going to be home any minute. What we're going to do is we're going to do a decompression. I do have a lot of things to shout out. Obviously, you guys did a ton of super chats, which I'm going to shout out. And there are some tips that came in. I'm going to shout all those out. If you guys want to contribute now, I think the pop-up should be working. I think. All right. And I'm verified on Kick as of this morning. And I swear to you, that was not timed. It just happened out of nowhere. Boom. I was like, holy shit, seriously? Out of nowhere? That happened. And yeah, it did. So that's cool. What does it mean? It means I get the check mark next to my name. It means I get a few more features. And I actually believe it means that I get paid more often too, which is really cool. So there you go. The only thing we didn't get, I don't think we got any subs, which I'm not shocked because, as you know, the heavy casino contingent is on Kick. I would hope that for those of you who watch on Kick and enjoy would still support the channel in some way, but I don't blame if I lose a whole bunch of viewers now over this. If that happens, there's not much I can do about it, but it wasn't my decision. My hand was forced. My whole intention was to get out when the getting was good before I got dragged into horrible shit that I didn't want to do and ruin my entire, my whole content creation. I mean, I'm 17 years into doing this. I'm not going to ruin everything that I've done to do drama content for these guys when it sucks. If the ideas were good, like I said, let's do stuff with Mudahar. Let's do the It's a Gundam thing. Let's do Medicare. If we could have made that happen, I would have done it. They couldn't make it happen. So why the hell was I even with them? Right? What was the fucking point? Okay, so what we're going to do, like I said, I'm going to wait for my wife to arrive home, take a break, and then I'm going to do all these shout outs. Okay? Yeah, Ralph wanted to come on, but again, I wasn't set up to do it. Like, I'm just looking now, and I opened up Discord, and he's there talking. He's interested in possibly being on. It's like, yeah, if I was equipped to do it, I probably would have thrown him in there. But at least now I got through it. I got through it in the time frame I had. We're done now. All right. Okay. Do a clapback stream with Ralph. I mean, again, I want to be done with this. I want to move on. I just want to do my content. That's it. That's all I care about. My gameplay, chill podcasting, wrestling commentary, a Lego build night, this fun stuff. That's what I want to do. I don't want to become some ridiculous super villain of the internet, I don't want to become as fun as it was there. I don't want to become King Snake Phil because that's what they, knowing them, that's what they would have had me do. It's King Snake Phil versus big bad Matrix Steve Cambian. It would have been the most boring shit, stupidest shit for like 4-year-olds. What are you talking about? That's what you want me to do? That's the content you want? Are you stupid? Like, what on earth? Why would you want me to do that content? Like, it's just ridiculous. No, you see, again, I'm not like that. To them, the big payday is let's keep it going. To me, it's like, I'm done. I'm exhausted. I want nothing to do with it. I'm glad I'm now officially done with them. The logs are out. There's nothing bad there. Everything's fine. They could go ahead and try whatever they want. It's all bullshit. I'm done with them. I'm ignoring them. That's it. I'm done with it. Like, official. I really don't want anything else to do with this fucking nonsense. I just want to do my own shit and be left the fuck alone. And that's that. I just find it hilarious. I'm just going to say this. If It's a Gundam is on their show on Friday, he is the biggest motherfucking bitch on the planet. Because did you see how they talked about that guy? They outright said, we want to destroy him. He's an alcoholic. He sleeps with hookers. He's going to spiral. He's going to do all this thing. They wrecked him. They fucking wrecked him. And the intention was for us to wreck him publicly so that we could benefit and reap from the detractor community. That was 100% what we were going to do. And then he backed out. And now, here it is months later, they outright admitted the only reason he does content is because it's fish in a barrel content. That he wouldn't actually go up against anyone, that he can't handle it. He'll crumble. That instead, that's why he does his own kind of content offline. But now, all of a sudden, they're not fun with me anymore. They're not friendly with me anymore. So now we're going to attack Phil. Like, wow. Dude, they literally ragged on your ass and said you were a loser and you were scrappy do. And they were annoyed how much you were contacting them to get on the show or say not to work with me like 1,000,000 times. And if you fucking just let that go, you got absolutely no self-respect and no pride, and all you care about is the money. Seriously. Oh, I turned down Hogan's bar. What willpower, right? Oh, what willpower that I turned down Hulk Hogan's fucking bar. Right. Oh, by the way, all the pop-ups are off the screen. There's you two. Oh, no, they're not. I don't know why they moved. I'm going to do a test to make sure that they're working. That's not real. I just wanted to test. Okay, it is working. Cool. Sweet. So I could do it. So all I'm doing is I'm waiting. My wife's going to be home any moment. And when she comes home, I want to spend a little bit of time with her, you know, before. And then for the rest of the stream, like the next 90 minutes or so, we'll hang out and decompress. I have a lot of shout outs to do for the super chats and tips that have come in. If you want to support the stream, you could start now. You'll get a pop-up on screen. And hopefully we'll hit the goal. Being that I had to do a drama stream. I wouldn't be shocked if we don't hit the goal. You want to know why? Because people don't come here for drama and support drama when I do it. Do you get it? That's what these dunderheads, PPP particularly, couldn't get through their heads. No one cares about DSP doing drama. All right? The one time it worked was the review tech idea. That was the golden opportunity because that was the guy I actually had beef with. And then when that was done, that's it. I'm done. I don't have anything else to do. I don't have drama. I don't even know who the fuck It's a Gundam really is. I have no clue who the fuck that guy is. I don't care. All these idiots who've ragged on me over the years. It's like, I'd have to do research or whatever. That was the idea that I thought would work. All right? Really. That was the idea that I genuinely thought would work. Is that let's do a show where we get my detractors and we confront them, we destroy them with stuff. Let's do that. But no, we never ran with that. Instead, we were running with every dumb idea, like go on Steve's show and he does a scam show where he's you know, sneak attacking me. And then he's gonna be my supervillain and we're gonna play games together. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's stupid. It's like a child thought that up. He's got like a childlike mind. And by the way, I know that Ethan Ralph is probably watching. No offense whatsoever. I wasn't, you know, me not putting you on the show today had nothing to do with, oh, I don't want him on my show. It was because I couldn't even do it logistically. I had all that shit to get through, and I wanted it to be done in time so that I could actually say hello to my wife, spend some time with her, and then do a decompress. So I couldn't, you know, if I put you on, it would have been text stream, and then everyone would have complained it's a text stream, okay? So exactly, Jade. You're here to see me play games, to have fun and chat. It's all it is. I know. My viewers are not here for this crap. I don't want to do this crap, right? I got what I wanted out of the casino. All right, I did. We got the collab. It did well. I didn't experiment. I said, if I play ball with these people for once ever, will it work? If I play ball with Kino Casino, will we make great content that will continue to work? And the answer was no. The answer was they didn't have good ideas. The best idea was fucking mine. Smart guys, which is the only other thing that we were doing that was working. Guess whose idea it is? Mine. My show. So if I want to do the shit, I'll do the shit myself. Or I'll involve people I want involved. You know what I'm saying? Why do I need them? And then they're going to try to drag me through the mud. And you must change. You must do as we say. I don't have to do shit. The fuck are you talking about? Who do you think you're speaking to? You're not my fucking betters. You're two guys who sit there on kick, screaming like banshees at a bunch of drama lol cows. Ooh, ring-a-ding-ding-ding-ding. Ooh. It's like a fucking clown show. It is a clown show. The first time I saw Kino Casino, do you want to know what I thought? This is a joke. I was like, this is a special show where they're acting out for their audience. Like, this isn't their normal stuff. And I continued to watch. I was like, wait, that's actually their content? Like, this is what they do? Acting like two crazy, like baboons, freaking out on the stream. But one of them, obviously, he's calling everyone fat. He's insulting everyone, but he's fatter than them all. And he screams. He's like a carnival barker at the top of his lungs, constantly screaming, ringing a bell. The other guy can barely talk. He has a lisp. They don't understand that for an outsider to go to their show and start listening for 5 seconds. They're like, the fuck is this shit? This is bizarre. This is fucking just weirdo shit. What's up, Real King Michael? It's good to have you here today, Jade. Yes, Call of Duty will happen tonight. It will be the late stream. We'll have a regular late stream tonight, okay? I don't even care. Super Bonchan, that's not what this is about. He goes, on a scale of 1 to 10, how felt it is the casino? That's not what this is about. It's not about me felting the casino. I was never going to do what I just did. I had to do it because they were acting like they were big shits and they were going to leak those DMs. You know they weren't going to leak all that. They were only going to link the select stuff that they were going to say was my private shit and then things that make them look good, right? Like, show that he offered to fly me to Florida, but don't explain how bizarre it was when it came in, that we don't have that kind of a relationship. Why would he do that? It's really fucking weird. He knows I'm married. Why? You know, it's just weird, bizarre, scary, you know? But they'll spin it in their usual way where they're just, everything's great. Everything's amazing. You know, we're the best. And, you know, but I had to do it from the real perspective of someone who was going through it the whole time to make it make sense. All right. And now that it's all out there, we're done. They could keep going as much as they want, and I'm not going to pay any fucking attention to them whatsoever. Okay? Ugh. Right. Again, if I didn't release that stuff, which again, there's nothing bad or damning in that stuff. It's a bunch of nonsense, personal stuff that they never should release publicly. That's half truths and bullshit anyway. None of it's real. Like I said, one of the things definitely was based on a half truth, but none of it was fully real. Okay. There's nothing in there that's bad. It's shit that you would expect me to say if I was a yes man for them because I was being a yes man for them to get stuff out of them. Well, I don't know what they thought they were going to have, really. But again, they probably would have lied. They would have spun it. And if I didn't release it first, then they would have said, haha, here's the real thing. And they would have tried to fuck me with lies. So there you go. Now it's out there. Now they can't do that. No, Mr. iGamer, they were going to release it. That was the point. That was literally what they said they were going to do. They were saying, oh, TikTok to Friday and all this shit. Well, not anymore. My only regret is Review Tech sucked. I thought he would play ball. I didn't, again, you can tell, obviously, I did not actually tell him what was going on, right? I wanted him to come on and be like, oh, this is happening. This is interesting. And instead, he is so obsessed with trying to felt me that he couldn't see past that and say, for once, use your fucking pea-sized brain to do something fun on the internet. He couldn't get it. He just couldn't understand that. He ruined it because it would have been much better if together we were saying, let's take some chips out of the case. Let's do. No, he couldn't do it. He had to talk about my microphone and setup. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who is here to talk about Phil's mic? What on earth is happening? I couldn't believe it, honestly. Of all the things, right? I couldn't believe he started talking about his mic. And I'm like, wow. Jets fan says that's not what it is. He didn't believe you. It's hard to buy into something when you don't believe it. Yes, but do you understand that you cannot buy into something but still have fun with it? That you can roll with something? Even if he detests me and he doesn't believe anything I said whatsoever, you could still say, hey, this is a fun opportunity to just have a good time. Let's do it. And worry about that other stuff down the line. Because now, I ain't fucking talking to that bum again. He ruined his opportunity. No, all the stuff that I said is bullshit. You don't have to believe any of it. It's all nonsense. All right? The truth is, none of you should have heard any of it anyway. It was fucking stuff just for their ears as lies. That's why I'm not talking about it publicly, right? Last year, did I say anything about what was going on in my personal life at all? No, I just said, hey, there's some stuff going on. That was it. I never mentioned it. I didn't want sympathy. I didn't want anything for it. Because if I say anything that's actually going on in my personal life publicly, that's how it'll be spun. So I didn't want that. That's why I didn't fucking bring any of that stuff up. I tried to keep it private. But, you know, these guys... yes, we're gonna move past it. Like I said, I was waiting for my wife to get home. We're gonna take a little break, and then we're going to relax, and we're gonna unwind, and I'm gonna do shout outs because a lot of contributions that came in during that part. I want to get it. And then you guys will be able to do new ones, and I'll shout them out live because I know you were waiting. I told you to withhold, which I'm glad you did because it would have been crazy to have this much to catch up on. No, I don't think RTU was drunk on edibles. I don't believe that at all. I don't. I think previously he was. You could tell on the streams where he was. All right, you could. Absolutely. Right? 100%. But no, I don't think today he was. And probably recently he hasn't been. That was the most coherent you ever seen RTU. Oh, wow. I don't watch him that often. Every once in a while, I'll just do it's just the, whatchamacallit. It's just like every once in a while, I'll see a clip or whatever. But that's it. Galaxy Gas. I've heard about that. It's the one that you get high by drinking it, right? Or us breathing it, right? Yeah, it's sad. You're right. RTU was only interested in settling the score. He thought he was going to hash it out. We were going to have this big back and forth. He was going to win. That's not even what the appearance was about. If we were going to do that, we would have done that months ago. He didn't want to do it then. He wants to do it now, and I'm not interested in it now. You had your opportunity. I wanted to do a nice, fun project, and you ruined it. Well, he didn't ruin the whole thing, but he definitely ruined the hype it would have had if he would have rolled with it. He would refuse to roll with it. I'm not reading the support because my wife just got home. We're going to do it when like I said, I'm going to take like a 5-10 minute break. Got to use the bathroom. I've been holding it in. And then we're going to continue. We're going to do like 90 minutes of hanging out, and I'm going to do all the shout outs all at once. Okay? Okay. All right, guys. It is time for a break. So enjoy. And I'll be back shortly with the decompression. Sound good? I'll play you some highlight clips while I'm gone. I know most of you will probably leave, but I will be responding to all of the contributions when I get back. Okay? Here we go. All right, I shall return. I'm going for that tonight. What the hell? What the? You son of a... Well, that was a bad start. Oh, what the? Whoa, oh my god, look at the lag. Look at the lag, dude. Insanely bad lag. I can't even move. Look. Holy. Whoa. What is going on? Look at this. What the fuck? Yo. He did a slide. He slid forward. Yo. He's on a conveyor belt. He's on an escalator belt. What is going on here, dude? That's great. What the f? Are we deploying? All right, now we're getting somewhere. I know how to use magic. I know how to do proper combat. All right, now we're getting somewhere. I'm liking this. Son of a bitch. I didn't realize there was a drop there. I thought I could drop down to where I was. I'm so fucked right now because I have no idea where that was and how to get those souls back. I'm completely boned. Wow. I'm doing some research, which I almost never do. I'm doing research to prepare for this upcoming playthrough. What do you think about that, Jasper? Jasper Kitty, what do you think about that? You spoke. He finally said something on stream.
Oh, you're such a good kitty. He finally talked to me on stream.
What'd you do? John! No! What the fuck? John, you drove us off the cliff, dude. What the fuck? How do you go forward? Like this? Yes, okay. No, wait! No! No, don't do that! Oh! Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, there's gonna be a learning curve on this game.
I received 0 contributions. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. Who is next? Low tier God! The covenant will be fulfilled. Low tier God is in the Halloween rumble. Oh wait, Chucky striking low tier God. Look at this. Chucky taking it to low tier God. Low tier God fighting a living doll. Oh my God, flying head scissors to low tier God. I can't believe it. Chucky, oh my God, he's destroying low tier God right now. LTJ, oh my, beautiful something at the top rope on low tier God. Low tier God is stunned, confused. There must be some lag in the match. Someone's using a cheating tactic. I can't believe it. Low tier God is out of the rumble already. Low tier God in and out, destroyed by Chucky. Absolutely obliterated by Chucky.
Now, I see things for the dead just to defy all schizophrenia.
Orale! Double elimination! Dude, did you just see that? Did you fucking see that? He did it. The frog splash hit both of them, and he got a double elimination. Are you serious? That was insane. Oh my god. Yo, the frog splash eliminated both of them at once. What the fuck was that? Yo, this is insane. This game was fucking nuts.
Alright, this is
I can't hear you, what? What are you saying?
John, shut up.
I can't hear you.
Shut up, John. Seriously, just shut your mouth.
What?
Guys, come on.
Is this the podiatrist convention? Is this the gynecologist?
I need someone to lance this wart. Where do I go?
Don't shut my window. No, you locked my window. Unlock it. I'm not a child.
Sometimes you act like one.
If you treat me like a child, I'm gonna act like one.
You're already acting like one. I have nothing
That's
to
it. Start pissing and shitting all over the
Yeah,
seat.
this is chicken. This is where the Comic-Con is.
I got a box. Here, hold this. Oh, fucking shit! I didn't know he would shoot me if I threw a box at him. What a dickhead. What an asshole. Stay out back. Holy shit! Holy fucking shit, did you see that? Oh my god! Oh. What was that? That was wild. Can I do that again? Oh my god, look at this game bug. You fall off the fucking rooftop of the house. Oh my god. Yo, everyone has to try this. Go to this neighbor's house if you have this game and just run up the fucking side. That shit is funny. Help Wardell rise up the ranks of Jericho's gang. Did you see what I just saw? What's going on? Look at this.
Spell or something. Wardell on a job.
The phantom wheel. He's drifting the wheel. What is happening here? Look at this. What the fuck? What the fuck? This is great. I could watch this all day. Like, wee, I have a wheel, bitch. Wee. Wow. That was fucking funny.
So, as I was saying,
All right, hold on.
the
Quick
first
save.
thing to understand.
Fools roll down, motherfucker!
We couldn't control magic.
All suddenly was
That was fucking great.
natural ability. That much was not being questioned.
Oh my god, yo, he's ignored it.
About
He ignored it.
us. It takes years, not decades.
He ignored
What
it.
are we waiting for?
Watch this.
Get started. All right.
Here we go.
Down.
Fools roll down. Yeah, the theme of safety.
Arcano, who loves the Milano and listens to
Bono.
Oh shit! That was like a fucking strike. He went flying into them. That was awesome, actually. Now Arcano's pissed. He won't come near me. Look. Yo, he won't move. He totally won't move now. He's like, dude, you fucking pissed me off. Look at him. Damn.
Does Ogre want to fight me? Probably. Instant kill! Oh, I'm flying 100 feet into the air! What the fuck? Yo, he hit me so hard I flew into space! Yo, he hit me so fucking hard I flew into outer space. That was a little exaggerated, I think, but that was fucking funny. Here he is. It's boss mode Santa. Kick him in the balls, kick him in the balls, kick him in the balls. Were you serious?
I should have eaten.
I had to kick him in the balls 3 times. He fell in the water and drowned. Santa can't swim.
He dies before Manuel. Your empire is gone. But I am worth the assassin.
Santa Claus drowned.
Tomorrow
No, not in my holly jolly jingle bells. Oh.
you're still losing for size.
Oh my god, I kicked him right in the jingle bells.
Enough practically. Cambian for the myself.
Okay. All right, guys. All right. Whoa. That's actually a really good background. I got to keep this one. I like this. All right. Ready? You know what? Why don't I keep this on? I like this. I'm liking this right now. Too bad the chair is popping in and out of existence, but it's pretty funny. All right, let's do it. All righty, everyone. Hello. Welcome to the Decompress. I'm done with my podcast for today. I don't think we're really going to call it a level 1 podcast. It's going to be a special thing here on the channel. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to do shout outs because during that 2.5 hours, we've got a ton of stuff going on. A ton. Lots of shout outs to do. Although I get the feeling a lot of them is going to be get this guy on the show, get that guy on the show, etc., etc. All right? If you do contribute right now, there should be a pop-up on the screen. I had those off earlier. Now they'll go on. And you're going to get a shout out right now. I'm here for like another hour and a half, 2 hours. Let's see how that goes. All right? Okay. Ready? All right. So let's do the YouTube side first. We started off with Game Dude who became a member this morning. And I'm not sure if that was a legit new one or not. Apparently it was. So thank you, Game Dude. We're going to get through everything. I promise you. Let's go. Let's see if we hit the goal today. It would be great to hit it. All right? Okay. Oh, let's see here. Gamer Grader, $5 super chat says, mention the tattoo. Well, as you saw, that wasn't actually the purpose of the appearance. I absolutely could have, because he brought it up, which is hilarious that he actually brought it up himself. He doesn't realize how unhinged he is. But there you go. Thank you, Brian. $2.79 super chat. Confront him on his obsession. No friendship today. Well, there you go. Again, I don't think there was any friendship to be had today. Big Boss, $2 super chat. I think it's imperative you wear the crown. Nah. I had to wear the headphones. to hear him because we were using Discord. All right, so I had to use the I had to use the headphones. I wasn't able to put any props on, actually. Although I did purposefully wear the sweater that I've been described as I look like a Bond supervillain, like one of the Bond enemies in a movie. So I said, I'll wear that today so I can be the full villain, right? Hello Voltage did a $2 super chat. All formalities and respect have left the building. Well, I don't know in what particular reference that is. I didn't think that too many formalities of respect really left when Rich was here. Kaz Jam, $2 super chat. I'm here because of Rich. Well, good for you. I guess you're gone now because he was gone. He was shit canned pretty fast. The Tractors are sad, $2 super chat. Rich is a deadbeat dad with nothing to lose. See, here's the thing. Rich wasn't here long enough because he's a dunce. I didn't even get to tell him that I did want to apologize to him that during the react that I did with Kino last year to his documentary, that his personal stuff about his family and stuff should never have been brought up. What should have been happening was it was left just to what was in the documentary. And since that never happened, all right. What happened? Oh, there you go. Anyway, no, I was going to apologize to him and say, listen, if you can be made fun of for the stuff that happens on your streams, the things you say and do, the way you behave, right? And I would say, at least in regards to him and his content, I don't think he's bringing up his family often. Every once in a while, it gets brought up by someone, like a super chat will bring up drama. He's not, once there was the time when sadly something happened live and it got caught live on stream and he absolutely should have muted his mic and he didn't. But I don't think that's a reason. Like, if it wasn't brought up in the June the King documentary, right, to any significant extent, then why would it be anything that people have to, like, drag through the mud? I don't agree with that. I don't, Okay. So, let's continue. Kyler, $2 super chat. Ralph is the person you wanted for this, not RTU. So this is when everyone started super chatting me, say, get Ralph on, get Ralph on, get Ralph on, get Ralph on, get Ralph on. Right? Okay. Let's see here. Swagmaster Skeet, $2 super chat. We want to hear from the Ralph male. A lot of Ralph fans showed up today. Then Swagmaster Skeet did another $2 super chat. Get Ralph on for a bit. Okay. Jay Hawker, $2 super chat. Casino is going to have a field day. Casino is going to do what they do anyway. Like, that's the point. Like, you can't stop them. They're going to keep doing underhanded, fucked up shit. That's how they are. They're not good people. They never were, and I knew that when I started making content with them, that they weren't good people, which is why it all went down this way and why I protected myself the way I did anyway. So they'll continue doing whatever they want, but they don't have anything on me is the point I'm making. They have nothing. They have the same shit all the detractors have already had. They have the same shit everyone's done. There's nothing new. There's no, like I said, no one's going to find out that when Phil was 22 years old, he murdered someone. No one's going to find out that I beat someone or had an abusive relationship or this, that. It doesn't exist. They're unlike everyone else where their skeletons come out of the closet eventually. I don't have skeletons. All my shit has already come out. So I don't have anything to fear. Why do you think I was okay with all of this? Don't you think that if there was something to fear that I would have not involved myself? Right? Okay. Easy peasy, $2 super chat. Boring. You're scared of Rich. You'll always suck. Wow. Oh, I was really scared. No, the point was, I'm trying to be entertaining. All right? I'm trying to put out a piece of content that people are going to enjoy. My viewers don't want to see Rich talk about my microphone. That was the stupidest fucking thing ever. Like, he's like, but you don't talk into your mic like this, so you're an idiot. Like, Rich, not everyone has to sound like this, like you're sucking on the mic. Maybe you like to suck nipples all day, and that's why you like this, but I don't need to have the microphone this close to my mouth because it sounds fine over here, and I don't look like a moron, right? Okay. Big Mac had re-upped his membership, said bring back the other guy. You didn't even know who he was. You didn't even know that was Review Tech. Bring back the other guy. Let's see here. A name I can't read that a $5 super chat. Brother, you need to get Ralph on. Everyone, really, people wanted Ralph. If I had known that was going to go that way, I would have actually had Ralph lined up. I would have, and I would have had everything ready to go, but I didn't, So maybe I should have expected that Rich was going to, completely botch it like he did, but I guess I'm ignorant and stupid. I actually gave him the benefit of the doubt that he could act entertaining, but I fucked up. Man, I fucked up, right? Okay. Then I got a $10 super chat from the name that I can't say. Ralph wants on. We all know. We're aware. Thanks for all these super chats. So I can't even, this person, I can't even put them on the leaderboard. It's a name I can't read. It's like kanji or something. I'm going to say his name is, I can't read. Can't read it. Did a $10 super chat. Thank you. Can't read it for the $10 super chat. I wish I could read your name, but I can't. Okay. Let's see here. $2 from someone saying that they're gay 3 times, saying this is damage control on Nothing Bird. Okay, good for you. Angie did a $5 Canadian super chat. Having beer with friends is not gay. It's totally normal. No, but that's the point I'm making, Angie. We weren't close friends or anything. This wasn't like we knew each other in real life. We worked together 5 times a week. We were buddies sitting next to each other at a cubicle. We hang out and talk, and we're like, hey, let's go get a beer together. This was him offering me an all expenses paid trip to Florida. All right? That's insane. He wanted to pay my way just to drink? Doesn't that sound a little weird to you? And then he's like, oh, we can film some content that you can do a tax write-off? What? What is he speaking of? This is so bizarre. Again, that's odd. That is just really odd. I don't get it. Anytime that we talked, it was about business. It was about detractors. It was about content and wrestling smart guys. It was never like, hey, we're going to massively just keep talking about other stuff. You'll see those logs are 99% talking about work and stuff. There is some little bit of small talk in between, but it's not like, that's what I said. I think the guy's just lonely. I think the guy's lonely. He doesn't have any real life friends. He just has people online, and that's sad. It's really sad. I hope that he finds, I'm happily married. My best friend is my wife. I want to spend as much time with her as possible. I don't have time or means to go fly out with other people and hang out. I have no desire to go spend time with other people. I want to be with my wife. You get it? I guess some people don't get that. Everyone wants me everywhere doing shit. All I want to do is spend time with my wife. That's it. Okay? Okay. Did I add that one, Angie's? I think I did, right? Steven Side 12, $2 super chat. Lying about your wife is disgusting. Number one, like I said, everything's it's a half truth, a means to an end to get these guys off of me. You know what I'm saying? So that they'll stop. And they won't try to get me to change who I am or ruin my content and do all this messed up stuff. I know that they're looking to snake me at any moment's notice. You can have your opinions on whatever you want. I don't care. The point is, I wasn't doing that publicly to the people who I actually care about. I was doing it to people who I knew I was in a relationship with that were going to turn on me regardless, and it wasn't intended to be something serious to anyone else, right? I never came out on stream and said, hey, this is happening. Now I need your help and support or sympathy. I never said that at all. In fact, I completely kept it secret, right? Well, I told you. So, real huge asshole became a sub over on Kick. But I swear they had already been a sub on Kick. They were. I think they were. Yeah. I think they actually already were. So that didn't count because I'm looking and it didn't re-up today either. So I think maybe they just clicked their notification. So I don't think that's a fresh one. Okay. Gungokin134 did a $2 super chat. All this shows you're too cowardly to say no to PPP. I did. That's what I did. I said no, and that's when he's freaked out and gone nuclear again. Like he's a jilted lover or like I broke up with him and we were in a relationship. None of that's true. He's weird. This is a bizarre and weirdo reaction to what he's, to what happened. Like you saw in the log, we had the conversation about if you're going to disrespect me, you're going to disrespect my family members. I'm done. I'm out. And he basically said, I can't control myself. And I understand if you want to leave. And I said, all right, then I'm leaving. That's the criteria. That's it. Smart Guy's a solo. And he completely freaks out, loses his mind. You saw the logs, man. He's nuts. Anus with a $5 super chat. Kino Casino has been destroyed. Well, that's your opinion. I wasn't looking to destroy them today. I was just looking to put closure to it, and now it's closed on my end. I'm done with this nonsense. Lord Licorice with a $5 super chat. Great job, Phil. Thank you, Lord Licorice. In Dimension D became a member, and I believe that also is a legit membership for today. So that's a new one. And then an anonymous gifter gifted a sub to Chill Side Viewer. So thank you, whoever that was. And so that counts as our first sub of the day. Again, guys, now if you contribute, I'm going to shout it out and you'll get a pop-up on screen. FYI, I know we had to wait a while. But there you go. Billy Boy with a $5 super chat. Are you planning to visit your family? Listen, like I said, it's all baloney. I don't know why people are going to ask me specifically about this stuff now. It's all baloney. Okay? I don't know. You don't have to ask me about every single individual thing. You don't. Here's the truth. It's all baloney. All right? Are we clear now? I don't know how more clear I can be than that. Okay. So now we got a bunch of tips to shout out. I think we're going to, when we're done shouting out these tips, we may be close to the goal, but I don't think we've hit the goal yet, FYI. All right? Let's see. I got a 420 tip from Poophead. If you ever make more than $1,000 on any given stream, you should do twerking. I'll think about it. How about that? Thanks, Poophead, for the first tip of the day. Okay. All right. Okay, I got a $20 tip. So this is a big one. I think that's the biggest tip I got here. Please let Ethan Ralvan. He's a casino lore master. This would be perfect. Well, again, I'm not saying no to anything at this point like that. It's a possibility. He's already contacted me. He wants to possibly be a co-host for Smart Guys, but I'm not going to do that this week. Maybe next week. We'll see if I start doing co-host stuff. I think today I got more people contacting me saying they're interested. So we'll see. All right. But I just wasn't equipped to do it today. Again, it wasn't like me disrespecting and me saying, no, I didn't want to do it. I wasn't ready to do it. I was already late because Review Tech screwed up and it wasn't on time anyway. And then on top of that, I didn't want it to be a tech stream. So I hope you understand. I had a lot to get to. Let's see here. I got a $1.34 tip. Huh? Quitting, this isn't even English. Listen to this. Quitting RTU out of your podcast was the second biggest L after me sending you a $1.30 WTF. What? So you're saying you're taking the bigger L by sending the tip? I don't even understand. I wish there was a way to send back a tip and be like, can you rephrase and then resend? Because I have no idea what you're saying. It's just nonsense. Like mouth, word salad gibberish. What the fuck does that mean? I got a $1.50 tip. So it's a troll. I recognize the name. I'll ignore that. I know that any of these tiny tips are going to be from idiots. They wouldn't send me a significant one. That's for sure. Another one. There's another one. Okay. I had a $2 tip from Sylvester Stallone. Listen to this. Everything between you and Rich going at each other and provoking each other, which was entertaining as hell, by the way, and at the same time, you're both getting the worst from everyone else. You're the most siege dudes out there, but are still standing. Be it a brawl or a bromance, it'll still be entertaining. I really wish he could have, like, played ball and maybe got some redemption today, but he didn't want to. I really tried. Like, I felt this could be a good way for him to get over, but nope, he wasn't willing. It is what it is. A $2 tip. Do you think Duty's buddy RTU was going to co-op with you on the stream and not recite what Duty told him to say? I don't know anything about that. I pay no attention. You understand? I really don't. I don't pay any attention to any of this stuff. I do my own stuff and I stay in my own lane and I don't bother anyone. I don't want to bother anyone. This is all nonsense to me. You know, it's just bullshit. It's so dumb. It's ridiculously dumb stuff. And then I got a $2 tip. Again, I'm just going to say this. It's all bullshit. As I say, it was all bullshit. It always was. All right? All the morons bringing stuff up, memeing. It's this simple. If you bring detractor memes to the chat, you're going to get banned anyway. It always has been that way. If you're going to derail my content with detractor memes and the like, then you're going to be treated like a detractor. Like, what did you think I was going to do? Like, be happy that you're bringing a detractor meme to my stream? Of course not. Right? So expect to be treated badly if you're going to act badly. Like, it's common sense, okay? All right. Now. All right. So, guys, we got caught up. We're at, what, a 101? So we're 2/3 to the goal. Like I said, I knew with the fact that everything was off, it wasn't about making money today or anything. All right. I knew that it wasn't going to be a big deal. Now we got an hour left to hang out and decompress. And I'm sure that you guys got questions or things you want to talk about. So let's see what you want to talk about now that we got through those shout outs, okay? Let's see here. Skibbity yacht. Tip me $1.50. Who would win in the best of 7 Mortal Kombat versus you or Wings of Redemption? I know you win Street Fighter. Mortal Kombat versus? What do you mean? You mean like any Mortal Kombat game? Probably me. Does he even play Mortal Kombat? Like, I don't like Mortal Kombat, modern Mortal Kombat. I think that the last couple were good, like X or 10 and 11 were good. I don't like 1. I think 1 is awful, but I have a basic knowledge of fighting games that I could use to basically beat anyone who doesn't know fighting games. You know that, right? Like, I could literally play a fighting game I've never played right now and still beat someone who's not good at fighting games because I have fundamentals. I understand fundamentals. See? So, I mean, of course I would beat him, you know, basic if he has basic knowledge. If he actually plays it like in practices and stuff, he'll probably beat me. But I don't play Mortal Kombat at all, right? I dropped it and I don't like it. DH1 with a $5 super chat. How does their mean and their gay for me prove that you planned this all along? How exactly would you like me to show you that I planned it all along? I showed you the fact that I was the first person to reach out to them and talk to them. If you actually read the log, you'll see it was my idea to do the co-op commentary with Rich, that we were each going to do our own reacts to the Rich documentary. And then, you know, they had to say, if only we could do it with DSP. And then I contacted them and said, let's do it. Let's make it happen. I'm willing to do it. So that was my idea. And then everything came off there. So what exactly, do you want to see that I have a document that's actually marked like, you know, like July of last year, where I drew up a nefarious outline of how this whole thing was going to go? Because I don't have that. I don't have that at all. Right? It's very simple. All right? It's not rocket science here. And by the way, I didn't add that to the leaderboard yet. All right? I cased them. I was watching their content. I was seeing what kind of content they made. I noticed that they hadn't actually talked much about me yet and didn't know about me. Everyone on the internet thought that I was some kind of a rube and a dumbass and like I'm not smart, which actually isn't the case. It's just that everyone paints me like that for so long, but then they find out I was the valedictorian of my high school and shit. They just don't get it. Everyone thinks I'm a moron. And that's the most deadly thing, is when someone who actually isn't dumb is considered as such, because then you never see it coming. You get it? And so I got into their good graces. I did everything right. I got a boost. It helped me out. It helped out my family, you know? And again, I always knew they were going to turn on me. Even though they said, oh, you can break this off at any time, it's fine. I knew they were lying. And then the moment I broke it off, they turned on me, which is exactly what they said they wouldn't do in the DMs, as you can see. They lie. They're just scumbags. That's what they were always out for. Personal gain, they didn't care. As soon as basically the money train stopped rolling in of having me in their content, they stopped. And even then, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, let's keep doing this, that. Let's turn smart guys into a ginormous drama show to make money. But that's not what it is. It's supposed to be a wrestling commentary show. That's why I started it. That's why I wanted to resume it. You said that's what we were going to do. Why are you changing my show? Well, because I want money. Yeah, because you're greedy. We know that. Everyone knows that, but stop fucking with me. And then I gave him the boot, which he deserved, which he said was okay, and then he freaked out. So, again, if you think there's never going to be evidence, you can't prove anything. That's ridiculous. No one drew a nefarious outline. Here's my nefarious plan. Step A, step B, let's do it, you know? But I'm still here. I survived it. I'm good. I'm going to move forward fine. I'm not going to have any problems. We're good. I'm just going to stay in my lane and do my own content. I'm going to ignore all their nonsense, despite the fact that those morons will keep coming over and doing toxic shit, which I know they will. I'm just going to ignore it, and we're going to be good. All right? I don't want anything to do with this nonsense ever again. I made it clear. They're not going to be in my content. I'm not going to be in theirs. I drew the line. I've had enough. I'm not going to be abused by anyone on the internet for personal gain. You know, it's time. It's where you draw the line. You got to have boundaries. You have to. You can't just be pushed around and be a bitch for the hope that maybe someone will throw you a bone. You know, at first that's not what it was like, but it became like that over time. It did. It's like, yeah, that's sad. It's sad because, again, I always knew they were going to do that, but I had a hope they wouldn't. Like, I always had in the back of my head, maybe they won't. Maybe they'll actually be nice to me and turn over a new leaf. And I start to see the signs. Yeah, over time, you see it. You see it. You see it, right? I'm like, well, everyone was right. Sad. But it is what it is. What can I do about it, right? Not much. Not much, but get the hell out of there, which is what I did. But, you know, Jose says, an 8-month-long master plan, King. Well done. Well, like I said, I actually had looked into, other stuff, too. I did. Like, I looked into a few other people. But these guys didn't know much about, surprisingly enough, here they are, these drama guys on the internet, and they didn't know much about Dark Side Film. That's weird. So because of that, because they hadn't gone so hard on me, maybe this would work for their audience. And it did. It absolutely did. Okay. Someone just said, well, if you're revealing that you snaked someone, why would anyone want to be on your podcast now? Why would I want someone on my podcast? Right? Like, don't you get it? Like, I was doing the podcast for how long? And it was fine. You know? And if anything, it's funny because people are knocking down my doors right now. People want me to have Ralph on. I got 2 other people today that messaged me. One of them, I think, actually wants to be considered as a co-host for Smart Guys. I'll have to look into it. I don't know who they are. But, you know. Okay. Because it was an idea. Ants in the Kitchen says, why did you invite people from outside Kino, like June the King, Max, etc.? You clearly want others on the podcast. Because it was an idea. Once you start to get something rolling, and you get momentum, and you get attention, you want to see if you can get somewhere with it, right? Previously, there was no chance I would get anyone on the show. Because no one cared about Dark Side Phil. I was the joke. But now all of a sudden, I'm going to turn off the background because this is bothering me. Okay. the chair bothers me when it does that. Excuse me. Because, you know, we'll see. Will it work? Will it not work? Right? Did some of it work? I think so. I think that the Keem interview was great. And again, if anything out of that, I changed my opinion on him completely because he was very, he was cordial. It was a good conversation. I feel like we squashed all of our beef. I have no problems with that guy at all, and I want no problems with him. Like, I have no problem with him at all. In the logs, you're going to see me essentially always saying stuff to go along with what PPP is saying about him because he doesn't like him. But for me, I'm like, I don't care. I'm totally okay with the guy. He's not hurting anyone. Back in the day, some of his content, sure, but now what he's doing is just involving the people who are willing to do it to embarrass themselves or whatever. And if they're okay with that and they're on the same page, then there's no problem with it, right? So, and the thing is, I don't want to get involved with drama content. Do you get it? So it's not like this is, Phil's trying to get in Keem's good graces. I don't care. I don't want to be in the content. I want to make my own content. Get it? I don't know if I'll do collabs or not. It depends. Like I said, right now, it seems like everyone wants to be on Smart Guys, but I'm not doing that this week. I just want to do it tomorrow for myself. A nice, relaxing, chill night stream of Smart Guys. No drama. Just me doing wrestling commentary. I'm going to watch Raw, and I already watched SmackDown. I'm going to have it all lined up, and we're going to be good with that. It's going to be a good show. I got the cards. The new cards showed up for tomorrow's show. Okay. Yeah, I really wish we could have done more streams like that. The Mountaineer says Josh Moon's stream was good. If we had done more like that, it would have been great, but they couldn't do it. Their clout was non-existent. They felt they were going to get everyone. They were like, we're going to get this one and this one and this one. And they asked everyone, and everyone told them, no. Are you crazy? We don't want to go on your show. They all said no. Like, no, we don't like this idea. And some of them got ghosted. It's like, wow, that's pretty sad. You got ghosted, dude. That's fucked up. So they couldn't live up to their promises of being able to make the content with me that they wanted to. Right? And so, and then they're upset. Like, who actually didn't live up to the promises? If the only way you can make useful content with someone is to completely change who they are as a creator, then you're not making content with them. You get it? You're not. Like, for example, right now, all right, if I wanted to get Wings of Redemption on my podcast, I would say I want to get him on and talk about his career. I want to talk about Lolcall Live and all that. I wouldn't say I want to get him on and we'll talk about the Greek language. Why? Because he's not an expert on the Greek language, he doesn't care about the Greek language. He has really nothing to add to the Greek language. Now, him sitting here on my show looking like a buffoon trying to talk about the Greek language might be entertaining, but it's not valid content. Stupid. All right. And there's a great big audience for that kind of content. I'm not dumb. I know there is. People like it, pay for it. They love it. Okay. But outside of that, like, why would you want to get someone who's outright told you, all right? Of course, we'll talk about that in a second, Cypress TV. We want you to be part of the content, but we're going to change everything you are. You've got to be a villain for the internet. I don't want to be a villain for the internet. I'm married. I'm happy. I don't need to be a villain. I'm not, 20 years old, single. Let's get into this shit. I'm going to fly places to do stuff. I'm not doing any of that. I have no desire to do any of that, nor did I ever want to. He's lazy. No, I'm not lazy. I have morals. I have principles. I know where my value lies, and it's not in changing who I am to personally benefit you. Doing that stuff would give me short-term boosts of positivity. Very short-term. But after a while, it would crash and burn. I would lose all my original audience who supported me and got me where I am 17 years in a row, and I would have nothing left. It would be like, let's get that immediate short-term popularity and then burn everything, and then at the end of the day, have nothing. Unless you're a completely 100% immoral person and you have no values and you don't care about hurting people and everything, right? Then you can't really do that kind of stuff. I would not be able to day in, day out do this kind of content that they want me to do. They want me to completely change from in and out, everything. Not going to do that. And I told them again and again and again and again, no. This doesn't make sense. This isn't who I am. You're trying to change me. You're going to fuck stuff up for me. They didn't care. That's the only ideas they had. I told them other things we could do. We had these talks about, we could do stuff about my detractors. We could go and make fun of Project 7. We could have actual conversations about topics that doesn't have to be drama. We don't have to do drama all day. I don't want to do drama all day. That's all they could do. But that's our audience. But that's your fault. That's the audience you built. You built a bunch of people who all they care about is this vapid content that doesn't matter. So now you're stuck with it. Now you can't have a crossover with me outside of doing a collab commentary on drama. It doesn't make sense because no one's coming to you looking for content other than that. It's not my shortcoming. It's yours. You're the one who put yourself in that position. You'll never get out of it. But now I'm the one. Oh, but we did so much for you. No, okay. Was there a boost of popularity? There was. All right. And it was mutual because people were tuning into them to see what are they doing with Phil today. Wow, look at this collab and all this content they got out of it and everything. They know they got a boost. Absolutely they did in the summer. They got a boost. I did too. We both got it. It was good. Sure, I benefited more because I was the smaller guy, but it gave them something to do and talk about. And every once in a while, they could reach into the hat and pull me out for a month or two and make good content out of it, right? But to say like, oh, he's so ungrateful. What do you want me to do? Ruin my life now? Because you did me a solid favor and allowed me to do a co-op commentary? I'm not going to ruin my life because of it. Sorry. You think that I owe you or that. Again, with PPP, it seems like he thought like it was a relationship or something. It's not. That's very bizarre. That's very bizarre behavior. Okay. Let's see here. Cypress TV with the $10 super chat. Sorry, I got distracted. I was trying to read the different chats there. Let's see what he says. Let's get it on the leaderboard though. What are we at? 119 now? Guys, we're right there at the goal. Let's hit the goal. By the way, we're at 68 goals. I know I haven't mentioned this all day. Obviously distracted by stuff. We're at 68 goals. We hit the goal. We're at 69. We hit a goal tonight. We're at 70. Tomorrow's DSP tries it. We'll do this British food, try out the meat pies and other stuff. I'm very excited for that. I am. I want to try it. I'll do this nice taste test with all of you. Maybe you can help me to figure out what to order and stuff. So let's go ahead and hit the goal. We're close, right? Now, Cypress TV, $10 super chat. He says, when you showed up in the casino chat, even detractors agreed it was weird. They said you did it for gain and they'll snake you. Now you're agreeing, but because it's you, they can't believe it. Right. This is literally, I said it all along. Don't you think I have better things to do? Again, I said over time and again, I don't like their content. I just don't like drama content. I don't find it entertaining. You know what I don't watch? I don't watch the Kardashians. I don't watch The Real World. I don't watch Jackass. I don't watch any of that. The only content like that I would even entertain is wrestling because there's a athletic element to it. And I grew up kind of watching it, but I don't like reality TV. Literally, their content is covering that kind of stuff. Like, that's their content. I don't like it. Never did. So, that's what I mean. Like, so now, yes, he's in their chat and he's talking and he gifted some subs tonight and all that. Yeah, because it continues the narrative, right? Don't you remember the night Worski was playing Silent Hill 2 Remake? He got lost. He couldn't figure out this puzzle. And I had to look it up to save him because I just done that puzzle like the day before or the night before. So I looked at my own video and I saved his butt because he was stuck. He was legit hard stuck. Didn't know what to do. He couldn't figure it out. And he was like breaking down. I'm like, dude, I need help. And then I helped him out. I was like, here you go. You can't figure it out yourself. Here you are. Trying to push that and, make them think that everything's cool. Which, at that point, like I said, I always felt like it was going to be a turning. There was going to be a snaking, as they say, right? I didn't know when or how it was going to happen, but I always kind of felt like it was going to happen. I just didn't know when it would arise. And so be nice to people while they're being nice to you, but always know in the back of your head that this is all fleeting and it's, it's going to pass, right? Cyber Elk, a member for 3 months. I'm with you. Keep doing what you're doing, man. Yeah, and that's what I want to do. I keep telling people, and they don't get it. I'm happy. I'm happy making gameplay content mixed with podcasting, commentary, doing fun chill nights like indie games or the Lego builds. This is fun. We're going to do more. Don't get me wrong. There will be more coming in the future. There'll be more variety and there'll be more good stuff. Okay? There will be. But I don't want to do other kinds of content that would change who I am and jeopardize my ability to do stuff. These people who are drama content creators are constantly in and out of trouble. They're getting suspended. They're getting banned. They're getting into, risky territory. I don't want to do that. No, sir. Not at all. I just want to make my content and have a good time with all of you guys every day. All right? And that's the whole idea here. So let's continue on positively and just ignore this bullshit that is going to continue because you know that they're not going to move on or grow up. They're going to keep it up. I don't care. I'm done with their nonsense. They're going to threaten. They're going to insult. They're going to say this and that. They're going to make a million things up. I don't give two shits. I'm done. Okay. My email won't load. Yeah, well, I know that when that was happening, you'll see that again in the DMs. That was one of the things that we talked about. Someone tipped $2. It's crazy how they got you to ban a certain chatter for being a certain thing. I think we all know what's being referenced there. Okay. But then it turns around, they have to sweep for one of their fans who was a big donator. Yeah, I mean, again, I pay no attention. To be honest, I didn't really pay attention to it when it happened. But, giving me the ultimate crap just to find out that one of their biggest contributors is the same thing of the person that they gave me shit for, supposedly, because it is alleged. I don't think it's proven. But, isn't it funny? But I was the villain in that situation. But that was fine for that to happen, right? But that's also why you got to be very careful. That's why you got to be very, very careful about who you get into bed with. Because, for example, there have been people over the years, I'm not kidding, they've contacted me and said, could I get you something like really extravagant, but you got to do this for me? Or if I pay for it, will you specifically play this entire game on stream and this and that? And that's when you get to that level, it's a difference between I just want to give you something to be nice to help your setup, or I want something back. As soon as you get that, I want to get something back. Or if you start getting insanely ridiculous over the top offers, like a piece of equipment for my setup, I get. The moment someone's like, hey, could I donate an insane amount of over the top money, or can we fly out together to go on a trip together somewhere? No, that's the red flag. All right. No one. All right. No one does that. Who's right in the mind? No one's going to say, hey, man, I want to fly out and have a whole vacation with these content creators. I'm going to pay their way. That's fucking bizarre behavior. And that's why when he offered that to me to go to Florida, that's bizarre behavior. That's not normal. This wasn't, we're constant coworkers, and we're best buds, or we're related, old friends. You don't just throw that shit off there. That's more weird than anything else. Creepy shit. No, Soap and Clay, he was offering not only to fly me out, but to pay for the hotel and everything. It's weird. To go drink at a bar, Hogan's Bar. What? I don't understand it, how he thought that was normal. And the thing is, he knew it wasn't normal because I went to sleep. I didn't respond. And then he responded in the morning. Oh, sorry for pressuring you. He knew it was weird. What specifically am I worried about in that situation? My personal safety, getting wrapped into shit that I don't want to get involved in. I mean, these are guys that infamously have had a lot of problems with the way that they behave, right? The stories you're hearing about. Did you hear about when they went to Vegas? Did you hear about when they did this? Just look online. There's disgusting stuff all over the internet about them. Can you imagine what they do when they start getting like hopped up on booze and drugs and other shit? And then here I am, the guy who's responsible in 40s. I'm like, now I got to deal with this? Do I have to fucking chaperone the trip? Like, no, I'm not going to chaperone the trip. They're just odd people. They think that everyone's like them too. That's the other thing. Like the inability to know that people are different and I'm from a completely different life situation and walk of life as them, right? It's just odd. It's like, dude, I am happily married. I have a good place I'm living. I'm safe. I'm stable. I'm good. I don't need to be doing crazy shit. I'm not having a midlife crisis where I need to go fly out and do some crazy thing in Florida. You know, like, what are you talking about? I keep telling you I'm happy. I just want to spend more time with my wife is what I want to do, not you. Like, what is happening here? All right. Yeah, Soap and Clay, all I said, again, all those leaks that kept happening to them, there was the Vegas thing, there was the Worski relapse thing and all that. All I said to them was, listen, you guys are being nice to me. I'll be nice to you. I don't care about any of that stuff. That's all I said. That was it. Like, I never really got into it. I kind of ignored it, you know, rather than question it, rather than push it. Because again, this whole thing was, you know, I don't care. I'm not going to be lifelong friends with these dudes. That was never the intention, right? Digital 717, what are you talking about? That's not what was, again, but he just wanted to offer to give you an all expenses paid vacation. No, that's not what it was. He wanted me to hang out with him. He wanted to spend time with me because he was lonely. You get it? He wanted to go to this bar, Hogan Bar. Why the fuck would I even want to go to the Hogan Bar? I'm not a huge fan of Hulk Hogan. He thinks I am because of the memes. I'm not. I haven't cared about Hulk Hogan since I was a kid. I don't give a fuck about Hulk Hogan and meeting him at a bar or any of this shit. Like, this is weird behavior. This is what he wants to do. What's up, Game Boy? How you doing? All right, I'm going to be hanging out with you guys till 4 like usual. And then after that, tonight, we're actually just getting back to normalcy. Tonight will be Call of Duty, late stream, fun, Ninja Turtle stuff. I think I just got the smoke grenade, so I'm going to be doing Splinter stuff with the bow staff and whatever else is going on. Try to do more of the Patty's Day stuff that started Monday. And then back tomorrow, we're back to a normal, full, regular schedule. Okay? What's up, No Sleep Real Vibes? All right, so what are we doing? I've not been paying attention. We're at, I don't even know what we're at. I wasn't paying attention. Weird day. 121, guys, we're 29 bucks away from hitting our goal, getting to 69, and continuing now with our goals hit and getting to our reward. So let's hit it. Cyber Elk, $2 super chat. Hype for AC Shadow tomorrow. Looks all right. Yeah, and weird announcement because this one was not expected. Okay. So someone contacted me and said, so basically, you haven't played anything on your PS5 Pro in like ages. And I was thinking about it. I was like, you're right. I haven't actually played anything on PS5 Pro since Bloodborne, right? We were doing Veilguard, but it wasn't good, so we dropped it. So we haven't done anything on there in 100 years. They said, would you like to play Assassin's Creed Shadows on there? And I said, well, to be honest, I just don't want to have to buy it. And right now, the way to get it would be Ubisoft Plus. And if I'm going to do that, I might as well play it on PC. And they said, well, what do we offer to buy it for you? I was like, what? Really? They said, yeah. We this way you'll play something on PS5 Pro. And I was like, well, if you really want to, but But I told them up front, I said, listen, you got to understand something. This is a situation where I'm probably, or there's a probability I'm not going to actually finish it. There's an actual probability, all right, that I will not be at all finishing the game because it might not be good. I'm no longer forcing myself into situations to finishing games that I don't like. All right. So that's a situation where, like, I'm not going to do it if it sucks. And they were like, okay, we're okay with that. We understand modern AAA games just aren't resonating the way they used to. It may be good, it may not be. So yeah. So I am going to be getting it on PS5 Pro. I haven't booted my PS5 Pro in ages. So actually what I need to do is, shit, what do I need to do? Wow, I didn't even think. The cable's already over there. I just got to swap cables, turn it on. I probably got to do a system update tonight to get it ready for tomorrow. And then I could get it and I could pre-install it for tomorrow. I totally slipped my mind that I have to do that. Shit, maybe I should do that right now live while I'm with you guys. So that way it's pre-installing. Okay, hold on 1 second. Oh, my capture device fell. Well, my capture device malfunctioned because Jasper Kitty went back there and I think he hit the cable. So now I got to see if it's, I got to like unplug and replug it and get it to work. See if I can get it to work now. I think the PS5 is on. But the capture device isn't working? I don't think so. Now it's still showing the desktop. I don't know if I plugged it into the right port, though. I might have plugged it into the wrong port. Shit. Oh, it did work. Okay. Got it. I had to plug it to the wrong port. The pass-through's working. So that means that I just got to restart the capture device. We should be fine. Now I messed with all my settings to make that stream happen. Now watch everything be screwed up. Seriously, all my settings will be wrong. Everything will be messed up. All right, so I'm actually gonna, while we're doing this, I got more shout outs to do. I'm going to get this going so that I can actually have that installed. I'm glad we started talking about that because obviously I want to have that ready for tomorrow. So I'll do that. So let's see. So Based Alpha Real did a $5 super chat asking all this stuff that's private. Even if that stuff was going on, I wouldn't tell you. But I've already told you it's all bullshit. Like, that's stuff that even if it was true, you shouldn't know. But it's all bullshit anyway. It's all made up. Or like I said, half-truths and shit. It's nothing you have to worry about. Right? Like, My controller went flying. Now I gotta find it. But anyway, um, yeah, you shouldn't. I mean, you shouldn't need to know about that or ask. Like, if the truth is, if I told you all personal shit like that, right? Anything personal, um, people would be like, "Oh, well, you're doing that to try to get sympathy or whatever." And you're right. There should always be a line. I feel between the creator and the viewer. All right, it shouldn't be that 100% the creator just unloads and tells you everything about their private life because it leads to problems. And I, in the past, have been very, very bad with that. When I was younger, I used to share everything. I used to vlog everything, right? Like literally everything was always on the internet, and it's my fault. Like, I'm not blaming anyone else. That was totally me. And then what happened is, about 7, 8 years ago, I changed that attitude and I told everyone, no, I want to have a private life now. I don't want to have everything on the internet. I don't want to overshare. But then I would have a bunch of problems with financials, right? And so what ended up happening was, basically, because of the financial problems, I would come on the internet and say, I need to pay this bill. I need to do this. I need to do this. And that's all wrong. I never should have done that either. I was very desperate. I was doing what I felt I needed to do to survive, because if I didn't do that, I didn't think I was going to make ends meet. And I haven't done that in a very long time, and everyone knows it. You don't see me sitting here saying, I need money to pay a bill today or this or that, right? So I've changed for the better. So that's why all the stuff that you hear, either whether or not you believe it or not, is still no one's business, right? And no one should be talking about it. No one should know about it. It's nonsense that it was ever made public if it was real, but I'm telling you it's not. It's either a half-truth or a complete fabrication, but the truth is it doesn't matter. You don't need to know about it anyway. It's not your business. That's why I didn't bring it up in my content. It's like people now people used to complain to me because I overshared and put too much stuff out there privately or publicly that should have been private. Now, I literally am telling you I don't want to make it public anymore, and now people are bringing it up anyway. Now, what the fuck? How does that work, right? Okay. Should work. So wait a minute. I don't think it worked. I think I just got screwed. I'm almost positive I just got screwed. I entered the code and it gave me the credits. It totally did. It gave me the credits. And then when I went to get the game, it still checked out. It still checked out and it made me pay for it. I'm almost positive I just paid for the game outright. Which is what I didn't want to do. No. Okay, no. Phew. It did use the credits. Dude, I was about to be like, are you kidding me? All right. I thought I got screwed. I thought I was completely screwed. Okay, we're good. So it's downloading now. So tomorrow, Assassin's Creed Shadows will be played on PS5 Pro starting tomorrow. That'll be interesting to see how it runs on there. I'll be playing at 4K, but I'll be streaming at 1440p. Okay. Save. Okay. All right. This is funny. Have you heard Rich is going to go on Kino Casino on Friday? That's fine if he wants to. Go ahead. Go to the show where the people have disrespected you more than anyone ever on the planet because you think you're going to team up against me. Go for it. I mean, what's he going to say that he hasn't said before? All he's going to do is put their audience to sleep anyway, like he just did to mine. All right? We're all so bored. Like, oh, God. This sucks. So boring. Yeah, for the record, he knows nothing about me at all. He'll add it nothing. He has nothing he can say besides what he already has publicly said on his stream. So there you go. All right. All right, guys, we have about half an hour left to chill. What do you guys want to talk about? Tag me in the chat. And by the way, we're almost at the goal. Like I said, $22 to hit the goal, hit the 69 and climbing. Let's keep it. Let's hit it so we can do the DSP tries it tomorrow. Let's hit that now. And then tonight we'll do some Call of Duty, non-drama stuff, and we'll have a good time, right? Oh, that's totally true. That all the casino does is plays all sides for money. That's 100% correct. They think that having him on their show is going to somehow give them a rise or something. It's not. You know, no one cares about him on their show. They've told their audience to hate the guy. So if anything, you know, unless they're going to destroy him, it's just not going to work. There's nothing to do there, right? No, none of the regulars that got banned are getting unbanned. They literally took over my chat on Kick, the business. They tried to be jerks. I'm banning them. They could be banned forever. I don't care. Well, Clyde, the whole idea was Rich was here at the beginning when we did that original co-op react, right? He was here at the very beginning, and that would have been very fun to have him here and do the same thing back to the casino that we did to him. But he's so dense, he doesn't understand what a great idea that would have been. Instead, he immediately wasted all their time and just, you know, what a moron. But again, I mean, he's not exactly smart, so I mean, that's why people make fun of him like they do. He doesn't really have anything to add. He just sits there as a lump. As I've said many times, he's a lump. So, it's not a Kick partnership. It's a Kick verification, meaning my Kick channel now has the check mark. It means that no one can impersonate me on Kick, you know, because I have this check mark, which is awesome. I don't want to be impersonated on Kick. And it means I think what it means is I might get priority on certain features, and also there's a chance that I think I get paid more often. Like I was getting paid monthly. I think they say now you can actually get paid like weekly or something like that. Not that that's going to be a huge deal, but hey, that's better than nothing. That's something cool. So, yeah, you know, we'll see if that's how it is. I wonder when my actual first payment will come through. That's a weekly payment. Would it be this weekend? I don't know. I don't know how it works. Didn't 1 Minute Man leave because of this Kino Casino? 1 Minute Man left before Kino Casino ever was a part of anything. What are you talking about? If anything, I'm telling you guys, I'm done with the drama. I'm now back to going what I want to do what I want to do, and being successful at it. I don't need drama in my content. Get it? So those people should, if they were upset that there was drama, they should say, oh, okay, and come back. As opposed to people who were just like constant, oh, I don't want this because it's drama constantly, right? Well, that's all done with now, which is a good thing in my opinion. Okay. No, I didn't look at the Steam sale. I think we looked the other day. There's nothing really there, but I don't know what's in it. I don't know. Like I said, someone got me Disco Elysium, which is nice. We'll probably play that eventually. DH1 did a $2 super chat. Do you have a pet king snake? No. I've actually never had a reptile in my life. My wife and I do think that reptiles are very cute. We go to you go to the pet store and you see them there, and they are kind of nice, like a little bearded dragon or a little corn snake or something like that. Are pretty nice. But overall, You know, I've never had one. Don't even know what it would be like. I feel like having an actual reptile as a pet is pretty tough. Like, don't they all need special environments? You know what I mean? Like, they all need to be taken care of and everything. God Reverend Ryu says, I admit I was somewhat annoyed at the drama content, but now I'm glad it's temporary and it's over now. It's the games are all I care about. Nico says, I think the reason RTU doesn't roll with the idea is because he tries to attract your detractors, so how can he be friendly with you? So he can't get past his own stupidity, understanding that, again, when you roll with a crowd like that, it's fleeting. It's never going to stick. It's only going to be like, you know, what can you do for me lately? What can you do for me today? What's the latest meme or whatever? It's never going to be like, oh, you got success and popularity because you are a toxic jerk, you know? You will, like, for example, you'll get money and you'll get views, but it's going to be limited success. You know what I mean? But, you know, for him, when he's the butt of the joke 99% of the time, why would you want to get in bed with that? It doesn't even make sense to me. I received a $2 tip. Flatman B says, you're hilarious. Keep it up. Thank you very much, Flatman. $2. Apparently, Assassin's Creed is huge. It's installing right now. It's taking ages. Like, normally, any game I install, even on PC, it's like 2 minutes. This game has been installing the entire time, and it's only at 45%. So either the PS5 is really slow, or this thing is giant. I don't know. How many gigabytes? I don't know. I guess I won't know till it's downloaded, right? Is there a way to see? It is 102 gigabytes. And then there is I guess, a DLC add-on that I'm going to get too. But it is 102 megabytes. 102 megabytes. 102 gigabytes total. All right. Still got like 15, 20 minutes left, and we are at 132, guys. Can we just hit the goal and get it over with? I don't have to bring it up again. Seriously. We're this close. You know we're going to hit it. It's just a question of, can we just do it now? So that we can just chill for the next 15, 20 minutes? Come on, who's going to do it? I would say someone on Kick would be great, because Kick today we had like 1 sub, right? That was it. So we can get another sub, that'd be great. I know for a fact that people, now that I'm done with this, will be back for gameplay, because that's what they're here for. A lot of people were probably like, oh, why is he doing this today, right? I think now you see my intention, what it was all going to be to begin with. But it certainly didn't. It could have been better. It didn't go as well because of RTU not buying in, which was really stupid, to be honest. It should have been much better, but he kind of stunk it up. What can I say? I gave the guy a shot. No one could say now that I didn't extend the olive branch and give the guy the shot, right? He blew it. It could have been an epic piece of content we could have made together, but, you know. So instead, I had to do it solo. And, you know, it is what it is. But it's out of the way now, and now that's it. I'm done. Like I said, I don't give 2 shits about what these people say or do. I'm just going to hang out and play games and have fun with you guys every day. I don't want to hear any of this crap. I don't want to hear any of this crap about drama or anything. Zanid says, I'll drop 20 subs if you bring on Ralph. Again, Zanid, I have to talk to Ralph to figure this out. All right? Already, like, I'm already, there's a few people who've contacted me about being a host for Smart Guys, just with this going on today. See, you guys didn't know this was going on today. With this going on today, I wanted this out of the way. All right? Now, perhaps, would be the time I could, you know, maybe next week I could talk about him, you know, talk about it and see what we could do there. To be honest, Zanid, I would just like 4 subs so we can hit the goal. So we can count another one towards the goal is all I care about. And again, as you can see, I literally do better on normal streams that aren't drama than drama. Can you not see that? This entire stream has been bullshit drama. And look at how I've done. We didn't hit the goal yet, right? I'm playing Suikoden. I'm playing freaking Pirate Yakuza, and I hit the goal. But I don't hit the goal doing drama because no one cares about drama in my community. We're so past it, done with it, don't want to do it. And that's what the point I keep making. If I go drama, I lose this community of people that I have built from the ground up for 17 years. I don't want to lose all those people. I care about those people who have the same like mind as me about gaming and fun. A lot of people aren't like that. Some people, they see their viewers and their fan base as just a cash machine. And they're disposable, and I don't care. I don't see it that way. You guys have supported me through thick and thin all these years. I don't want to lose you guys because I go too far to that side. And that's what it was dangerous ground that I treaded in the fall. And I feel like I course corrected properly at the right time. And those guys didn't feel that way. They were very upset with me, you know? Usagi Jojo, but here's the thing. He said, should have just done gameplay today. If I did, they would have leaked stuff and selectively done it to make me look awful and try to just, again, destroy me. Now they can't do that. Now, can they still talk shit? Can they still insult? Yes, they can. Can they, be nasty? Yes. But that stuff, they can't do shit with. It's all out there. I've already talked about it. It's done. All right? I'm sure they'll continue with the harassment like they have because they're so upset that I cut ties because they basically wanted to change me and I didn't want to do it. But outside of that, it had to be done. Something had to be done. I couldn't just sit here and do nothing endlessly. It would have ended very annoyingly again. It would have been another side-scrollers where everyone's like, oh my God, now you got to lay low again for 17 years. You know what I mean? I got a $2 tip. Phil Heisenberg says, say my name, PPP, cook them, king. Okay, then. Of course, Cypress TV, we know the gimmick. Cypress TV says, so PPP will just spin it and say, you self-felted, or whatever. But the thing is, I pulled the rug on all their plans. Their plans were that this Friday, they were going to reveal these logs, likely selectively, in order to make them look good. Then they were going to have guests on to slander me the entire show. It was going to be a big thing. Now they have to course correct. They have to change everything they were going to do. The rug's been pulled, and I'm done with it. Like, my end, I'm done with it, thankfully. That's the whole idea. That's why I did this, so that we could be done with it. And we can move on and just do my stuff moving forward. No more derailment here. I keep talking about it because people are talking about it in the chat, you idiot. What should I do? Ignore the chat? That's a good idea. Turn on a stream and ignore your chat, right? That's only what I did for several years and looked like a moron, right? No, they did not. Are you kidding me? They did not plan for me to reveal it. Are you nuts? There's absolutely no way they were planning on me to reveal it. They had no idea what was going on today. Rich didn't know. No one knew what was going on today at all. If you want Review Tech on your stream, you're welcome to invite him there, Mike S. Except you don't have a stream because you're nobody. If you didn't see that he was completely making the whole thing go south, like the entire chat was saying, dude, just get Ralph on your show because this is awful. Like, this is garbage. He's ruining the stream. Just stop it now. Stop him before he tanks the whole thing. You know, I mean, I agree. Like, he was just dense. Like, dude, do you not understand? No one gives a shit about my microphone. What the fuck are you talking about? Mm. Haha. No, I don't think he was high. Like I said. No, the plan was not executed flawlessly because it made all the factors would have had to go the way that I wanted them to, and they didn't. There's nothing I can do about that. That's the problem of having so many X factors, you know? And there were quite a few. At the very least, the tech didn't fail. That's good. At least everything worked out the way, you know, visually and everything that I went through. The flow was broken because he wasn't, you know, he wasn't buying in, which is what I wanted to happen, but he didn't. So the flow was broken, but, you know, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. I'm pretty sure that there's going to be some people who are going to unsub and bail, and that's fine because they were expecting something different. They were probably thinking that either I was going to say absolutely nothing, which wouldn't have worked because that would have backed me into a corner and it would have hurt worse. All right. As you know, people would start releasing nonsense out of those DMs that were not true. Okay. Or they were probably expecting me to go like a different direction with it, but that's fine. It's over now. Like, I'm happy that it's over with and we don't have to talk about it after right now. That's why we did it this way. And when I come back tonight, it's right into gameplay and it's going to be good. You know, that's what I'm excited for. Gameplay, fun on streams, no more of this drama bullshit, no more nonsense. Thankfully. Exactly. Back to video games. Video games, chill podcast, some wrestling commentary, hanging out, talking, you know, building some Legos, chill indie nights. That's the stuff that I was always here for. I don't like that other stuff. I told you, I don't even watch that kind of TV or nothing. I hate it. All right. Wow. Assassin's Creed Shadows finished. So that's good for tomorrow. That's ready to go now. Is it am I at 4K right now? Let me just check, see if I'm already there or not. Is it 1080p or 4K? We are at 4K. Cool. And the VRR is automatic, so cool. And 120 hertz is automatic, so all right. So everything will be enabled for tomorrow for Assassin's Creed. We're good to go. I'll turn it off. Go back to my PC. Give me 1 second just to swap cables and go back to the PC. Guys, last hurrah, if you want to ask me a question or support, we're ridiculously close to the goal. Let's hit it. We're $16 away now. All right. There we are. Okay. got it. Here we go. And tonight I'll need it to be 1080p for Call of Duty. Let's do that. There we go. Ready to go for tonight. Do I feel better getting everything off my chest? You know, if anything, everything's out there now and done, and I'm done with it. And I want nothing to do with any of this crap ever again. And I'm happy. I'm happy that it's done, you know? Yes, tonight, Call of Duty. I think I unlocked the smoke grenade, so it'll probably be the Master Splinter with the bow staff in the smoke, knocking people out, and go from there. You know, see what else we want to do. I've done quite a lot of sniping, but man, I'm getting better at sniping, so I don't know if I want to do more of that tonight or not. We'll see. Yeah, there isn't, right? Well, there is, but it's temporary. James says, I wish it was a perk that lets you see through smoke with a melee build. I think there is, but it's temporary, right? Like, it only flags temporarily to see the enemies. It's not permanent. I look pissed off? Not at all. Relaxing, chill, fun. I'm good. We're good. It's all over. All the nonsense is over. We can now move forward with our course for the year. Don't have to worry about any more nonsense. I'm good. You know me. Just gonna ignore the bullshit and just move on with good stuff moving forward. We got good things ahead coming. In truth, to end this right now, because this will be the end, because I gotta go. So I guess we're not gonna hit the goal, which I guess is fine. I guess we're not gonna hit it for tonight. Hopefully, we will hit it later tonight. Weird that we're that close and we're not gonna hit it, but I'll just end it like this. All right. Now, anyone who was like, man, I just didn't want any of this crap over the last 8+ months. I'm done with it. I'm not going to be seeking any more at all. I got it out of my system. Things are better for me and my family. We're moving forward positively. Everything's good. All right. You don't have to worry about it anymore. It's not going to keep happening. None of it. It's just, we're done. So if people bring it up, hey, did you know what this guy said? I don't give a fuck. Say it again, get banned. I'm just done. I don't care what anyone's saying or doing. That means nothing to me. It didn't pay. None of this drama content made any fucking sense to begin with. I think I've made my point. When I do drama content, I can't even hit my basic goal, but I can do it when I'm playing games, right? So I'm just done with this crap. And moving forward, you don't have to worry about it. It ain't gonna bother us anymore, you know. So I hope you understand that. And if you're not okay with that, if you were here for it all along, and you were hoping that more would come, you're in the wrong place. You know, sorry to disappoint you. All right, and the truth is that it's funny because the truth is there's so many lies out there that are gonna be thrown around in all of that, right? That it doesn't even matter. Do you like games? Do you like chill vibes? Do you like to hang out with me and have content on my streams and other people don't interfere? You're in the right place. Stick around and you're gonna like what we do. Okay? Yeah, again, Again, Piss Style Man says you had over 2,000 viewers or nearly 2,000 viewers. No one was contributing or nothing. Of course not. Because I wasn't sitting here saying, hey guys, it's time to find people who are down on their luck, doing awful things, and making fun of them. Because that's all it is. These people are toxic individuals who want to make fun of others and bring others down for personal gain. And I don't do that. You know, I don't do that. I don't want to do that. I don't find it entertaining. I don't want orchestrated internet fights with supervillains. It's all nonsense. And it's all over. I tried it. It doesn't work. It's bullshit. It works for some people. It doesn't work for me. I'm moving forward with good stuff. The stuff that you guys have liked all along that got me to where I am. Okay? I am playing the Lies of PDLC. Yes. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to get out of here. That's it. All right. Tonight, Call of Duty. And actually, hold on. I should stop recording first. For those watching, thanks. I hope you enjoyed. And peace out. Jeez. I forgot that I was recording, but also streaming. Maybe I'll just make this one stream. Maybe I'll just make it an archive stream. Then I don't even have to upload. I probably will do that. Just leave the archive stream up. Then I don't even have to upload. I guess that works. All right. So, guys, that's it. Let's end this stream. Sorry we got, we got derailed. We'll be back on track later tonight with actual gameplay and fun. All right. I hope that you'll come for that because it's always a good time, Call of Duty and everything. And tomorrow, remember, another full day of good stuff. We're going to have, excuse me, the premiere of Assassin's Creed Shadows on the first stream, see if it's any good. And then we're going to do Smart Guys tomorrow night. I'll be covering all the wrestling commentary of both SmackDown and Raw. No, there's no tips coming in. I keep telling people they don't understand. Drama doesn't sell for me. Ever. When I did the stupid show with Steve, right? I hit my one goal the next day and I barely did. And PPP was like, you're going to make a fortune on this. I mean, nothing. No one in my viewership cares about this. They don't. It doesn't work. There's no anonymous tip coming in. There's no super chat coming in. I'm ending the stream now, and I'll be back tonight with Call of Duty. Fair enough, everyone? All right? I'll see you all tonight. Good night. Or bye-bye. See you then.